The chairman, the co-chairman and the reporters, Mr. Prashant Belgamvar, Dr. Roland Seflinter, Mr. Ashok Jethe and Dr. Brij Bihari Sharma to kindly occupy their position on the dais. I request the chairman and the co-chairman and the two reporters of the session to kindly occupy their seats on the dais. On behalf of the organizers, I welcome each one of you, sir. A very warm welcome to the esteemed chairman and the co-chairman of the session and all the galaxy of scientists from different parts of the country as well as from outside India to this session third. This session would be chaired by Mr. Prashant Belgamvar, who is the business head of the Africa Asia International Vegetables, Advanta, co-chaired by Dr. Roland Seflinter, who is the head of the molecular genetics and the flagship program leader, World Vegetable Center, Taiwan. And the two reporters of the session are Mr. Ashok Jethe, who is the business head of the Vegetables Advanta, and our own colleague from IARI, Dr. Brij Bihari Sharma, who is scientist in the Division of Vegetable Sciences. There would be 4 presentations in this session. First by the chairman of the session, then by Mr. Tejas Rane, who is the senior product manager of the East West Seeds India Private Limited. It will be followed by Mrs. Vinita Sudhanshu, who is the Deputy General Manager, APEDA. And the last presentation would be by Dr. Helen, who is the Chief Research Officer, Farming System at Nigeria. So these will be the sequence of the events for this particular session. But before we formally start the session, I would like to invite Dr. Surendra Tikku sir to introduce the chair and the co-chair to the august audience sitting here. Welcome, sir.
Good morning, everybody. I think we have started a little late. I'll make it very short. Mr. Prashant Belgamvar, I think the Indian industry knows him very well. He heads the Advanta's business for vegetables. He is especially a cross-functional team builder. I think I would say that he understands the vegetable market, the seed market very well, and knows how to create markets for products that people may not think of. So his ability is to make cross-functional teams work and take the own R&D products into the market in the biggest way. I think that's my biggest compliment to him, because that's how he has grown the businesses in the companies he has worked. He had headed vegetable business Syngenta, he now heads Advanta. So I'll make it short. I won't speak because the rest of it you can read in the program that you have. And my friend Dr. Ronald Seflinter, he heads the molecular genetics and he's the flagship program leader at AVRD, World Vegetable Center, and also an adjunct professor at the Institute of Tropical Plant Sciences and Microbiology at National Cheng Kung University in Tainan. Prior to that, he worked as a researcher at the International Potato Center and at the Austrian Research Center in Salzburg, Austria. His research interests include genetic and trait diversity and plant genetic resources. And I think he has been doing a phenomenal work on the molecular genetics side at the World Vegetable Center, Taiwan. Beyond that, I request you to read this. I don't want to get into the time of the speakers. Thank you for coming, and please take over. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for your generous introduction. Now I would like to request the chairman to take care of the proceedings.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Tikku, to make my job easy. Thank you, and introducing me in a beautiful words. So maybe Ronald also is here to co-chair, and we have two colleagues here to report here. I think exciting presentations are coming up in the session. So Okra, I said yesterday during I was introducing in inaugural function that our aim, our company's aim, our company and my own professional dream is to make okra a global crop, and this is, I think, the first step in that direction. So I think he wants to clap, everybody can clap on this vision. No problem. So it has been really great to have this, and I will be making very short presentation, and Dr. Ronald, your responsibility is to check that I am in time, or if I am not in time, then you can stop me and pull me out from the dais there, no problem. But my request would be to all presenters to be in time. I would try to be in the time. I think each session is scheduled for 20 minutes. We expect that we give at least 3 to 4 minutes for Q&A, and maybe you can note down the questions during the presentation and ask it later on. So that's those are the rules which I will set for this session. So thank you very much. Now I will go and do my job of being a presenter. Thank you.
Originally, it was planned that I introduce you, but this is not necessary anymore. The introduction was done. So, but the title of the presentation is Okra, an emerging global crop. And I think Mr. Belgamvar is in the best position to talk about this topic because he is used to launch products and to make the sales grow. Thank you.
I will try to speak from here if the vision is good on the slides. If not, then I can take a hand mic. And do you have a hand mic? Cordless? Okay, let's manage with this. So, I will first introduce my organization, which is called as Advanta Seeds. This organization is a subsidiary of UPL, UPL Limited, which is a global player in agri-industry today with their $6 billion turnover across world. They are number 5th in the global agrochemical and seeds business, and we are proud to be called ourselves as an Indian multinational doing successful business all over the places, and I want everybody to give big hand for that. So Advanta is a seed arm of UPL. Now we are present in most of the part of the world where we are having businesses. Around 66 countries we are present, and we are doing seed business almost more than 3-4 decades now. 60 years, I think, for Advanta in a globe. So that's a brief introduction about my company. One more thing which I would like to mention here, that I'm wearing this badge here, and this badge is reflecting the recognition given by Access to Seed Index, wherein we stand number 2 in South Asia and Southeast Asia for our work which we are doing for small and medium holder farmers, to reaching technology to them and work for their ROI improvement. And this is the third party recognition which is coming because Access to Seed Index is the part of Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. So that's a story. It's on? Yeah. Thank you. So that's about a brief introduction about my company. Let's move to today's topic. So my topic is Okra, emerging global crop, perspective and challenges. So I have been working with this crop
now, and that is why I thought when this topic came to me, I will be covering the crop history of okra, okra global market. What do we see with we have collected some databases, sources are mentioned in the slide, I will not repeat it. And then what is Advanta contribution to the okra, and then evolving Horeca and processing. These are the topics. And we wanted, along with the organizers, that this is 360-degree conference, not only for breeding. Breeding is of course a major part of it, but all aspects of the crop, which I wanted to make my presentation also 360 degrees. So that's what we are doing. So let's start with the okra crop history very quickly. The origin, they said that ancient Egyptian 12,000 BC, before it was grown in those parts. Later on, it has moved to North Africa and Middle East, and then to India, and then to African American people. So that is the history of okra. I will be, because these are known source collected information, so I will be pretty fast on that, so that it will not pull me out of my presentation. This belongs to Malassy family, and 50 species reported and 8 are major. So that is what we are talking about. Abalmuscus genus, variable ploidy levels are there, and chromosome numbers. So 66 to 144 numbers chromosomes we talk about in this. And biologically categorized as a fruit, but commonly used as a vegetable. So they call it a fruity vegetable. Something tomato is also fruit, or brinjal is also fruit. So like this. So that is the something about taxonomy. This is interesting slide which talks about evolution of okra research and cultivation in India. So I want to speak about how it is evolved during cultivation process and on research. So earlier it used to be grown as a field crop by seedlings, okay? And particularly at that time, homegrown seeds were used, and that I am talking about 1950s. Okay? Then in 1960s, 1955, Pusa Makmali and Pusa Sawni were introduced this varieties. 1970s and 80s, we see that there is a good spread of research on okra on various research centers, and this is the information which is coming from various sources which is mentioned there. So TNAU, KAU, Anand Agricultural University, IARI, MAU, all those research centers started including that in 1970 and 80s. If you talk about mid of 80s, two hybrids were introduced, Vijay and Varsha by Indo-American seeds, and private sector get introduced into okra business at that time. 1991, globalization is opened, global borders open for fresh okra exports, and from India, in the map we have shown which countries are getting okra. Okay. Now the pre-pandemic, in pandemic it has gone down, but pre-pandemic evolution tells that there is a fresh food of okra export happened from India is around $32.4 million, and mostly there's export happens from Vashi market and also from Hyderabad market. So two major subcontinents get okra. One is particularly Britain, Europe, and then Middle East, and those are the major consumer of fresh okra being produced in India. So that is the thought process here. Important traits adopted valuing the resistance in 2000, it is coming up with fruit quality and fruit agronomy started in 2000. Thereafter, high yield potential varieties and increasing occurrence of OLCV has started. So OLCV tolerant also was coming in 2010. Then in 2015, there was an introduction of combo resistance, which is a broad spectrum virus resistance made by Rwanda at that time in their earlier hybrids. 2018, it has further evolved with a new plant architecture in congress with the combo resistance, strong combo resistance, improved agronomy, mulch, drip and fertigation. So you see the journey which Okra has taken from seed drill to drip mulch and different kind of things. Tomorrow you will find that it is again grown in greenhouse, polyhouse. Why not? Yesterday we were discussing with some people, they raised this question, can okra be grown? And to tell you very frankly, we did that experiment, growing okra in polyhouse and for the shade net for seed production purpose. And Satish is here, so maybe he can tell you that this experiment was conducted. So off-season production in net house can be seed production. So this is the stage where it is coming up. I'm sorry, this is not working. Okay, so yes. Now I will show you, seeing this building is my principle, so I also want to show you something. So please have a look at it. It is not playing. There is a video. Back.
Escape it. Escape the power panel.
Sorry for this. This time should be detected from my आवाज छोड़ना होगा। Okay? It will not happen. Okay. Now what we did, this video I will explain now. This is very difficult. It is something like telling the story of a film after seeing the film. Okay? So we made a farmer to count fruits they have harvested from Okra, and there was a count, live recording was there, which I wanted to show you. And they said they counted it, and because of new plant architecture, we have somewhere around 130 to 140 fruits harvested from single plant. And that's the potentiality which we are talking about, and this is a new architecture with the new combo virus cover. So that's what is coming up. Yeah. The global okra market, that's what is coming up. Here we are talking about the global okra market, where it is present, in which subcontinent. High domestic consumption is driven by population growth, so in India particularly, and increased purchase capacity, which increases vegetable consumption. There are other aspects also which I am coming to in my subsequent slides. What Advanta has done to improve consumption of okra. Then technological adoption, which is coming up through virus resistance hybrids and low to F1 conversion that is happening, and increased export. Also demand, which is increased because of export. It is increasing in Asian diaspora globally. Wherever Asian diaspora is there, they consume okra, and it is available at all places. So, South Asia leads the market, which is growing with 4% CAGR. Then Africa is going with 12% CAGR with lower base. Then China, ASEAN, they are the other markets which are contributing to the global market. This market is valued at somewhere around $204 million, and with 13,100 metric ton of volume. So in some geographies, where OP is there, the volume is contributing more, and there are some geographies where hybridization happening there, the seed rationalization is also. So this is all about global okra market. If we talk about global segmentation in okra, we have different shape, color, along with local preferences driving segmentation like other crops. And all the scientific community know that okra is okra. That is what we were talking about, but it is not that. It is something different. So we are talking about different types, the Indian types, then Clemson types, then tubular, baby okra, red okra which is emerging now. Then there is a green color, then there is a light green color, and then in Taiwan if you go there is a white color. I mean whatnot. So probably light green is considered as a white. So that is what the different types of okra grow in different areas. There are different local food requirements like mucilaginous content. So in some geographies that content is required very high because they want to use it in the soup and then they want to take that type there. Then if I classify the global market in different types, so Indian types is designated here in green color, and Clemson type is in red color. If you look at the value, so 90% market, 99% market is mostly covered by these two types. And so South Asia, East Asia, up to upper side of Afghanistan and those areas, you will find Indian type low price preferred, and Clemson type is in other areas. But interesting thing is look at the value. So bigger geographies under Clemson type, but value is less. But Indian type is low because of hybridization. The value is 119 times $1 million there. So there are small markets like tubular, no ridge, and the red type, and the mediocre type. So they are hovering around $1 million market. So there are market. So now I'm coming to Advanta contribution to okra. Okay, 2 minutes. Okay. So Advanta contribution we popularize and okra health benefit awareness campaign, and you can find that the reach to this campaign, various messages of health benefit of okra were promoted. We have reached to 1.8 million was our reach, and average daily reach was 5,000 spectators, and audience was in a 25 to 34 age group, was highest audience which saw this. And top countries were there from India, 83%. And interesting part is balance is coming from outside India reach. So these campaigns helped us to improve awareness of okra, to increase its consumption. We have also started making a recipe book of okra. We have made a recipe book which has 14 starters, main course 19 and 1 dessert. Can you believe okra dessert? So that recipe is also there. What we have done, I am a very foodie person. I am telling to all of you, when I come to your place, you call me your home for food. So that is another tip which I am giving. Doing that in the last 45-50 years, so I have recognized some preparations, this culinary preparations of okra. So we have done that, and in that you can see various types of recipe, egg, meat, idli, and whatnot. So this was collected from our employees, their families, their friends, whoever can participate in the recipe. They have participated in the recipe, and that book is ready, and we will it is there in the those who want, so can take it. And so this is also one step we have taken to popularize okra, increase consumption. We believe that if consumption increases, potential increase, and then business can be increased. So we did a lot of things. This is a public information. What Okra is a very nutritional powerhouse for human consumption, and various aspects of Okra has been mentioned here. This is again what nutrients are there are mentioned here. So they are helping. When you popularize this, they improve the Okra consumptions in the market. Then red Okra, we have done this analysis, proximate analysis of that, and this is done by Intertech Lab, and they told us what is the difference between red and green Okra. So now we are propagating red Okra to the consumers. So this chart is very interesting. This chart is interesting, which is talking about wholesale price and the market arrival. So if you see, wholesale price has moved from 910 to 30,000, 3,000 in a span of 2002 to 2021. So in 20 years, Okra price has moved up. And arrival is improved, also moved up. So arrival increase, price increase, this is the best combination for farmers which is happening. And second graph in this slide is talking about the wholesale price index of Okra versus other vegetables. So if you look at 204 is the other vegetable, other than Okra vegetable index, and 142 is the Okra. So this crop is easy to grow by farmer. It's not like previous cultivation like other crops like tomato, chilies and other things. It is also pocket friendly for consumers. So you can see the rapid consumption increase happening with the availability and awareness campaign because of this. These are the factors helping Okra to grow better seed life. Okay. Combo tolerance. This is again important factor which is contributing, which has contributed by Advanta into Okra. So we here I am trying to tell you virus infestation on combo varieties versus non-combo varieties. So if you look at this, 2.4 was the combo YVMB. And 3.5 is combo virus OLC infestation and non-other varieties than the combo virus, showing 9.6 and 21%. So like this, if you read this graph, you will understand what kind of role combo virus is playing. And there was a discussion yesterday about new, and this is something new which is contributed by Advanta and Okra, the broad spectrum combo virus products. So that is why Advanta building Sinde. Farmers in all the nook and corner of India are growing Okra from Advanta, and they are reaping benefit out of this. And three flagship products, Radhika, Jani and they are contributing to their success. Horeca and processing, yesterday by talking to him, now at various places globally, in many hotels you find Okra. 5-star hotel, earlier we used to not get any Okra sabji. Now we are getting Okra preparations. In any catering, Horeca means hotel, restaurant and catering services, everywhere you find Okra recipe. In Dubai I am going today, there is a restaurant which serves Okra also. So, and I like it, and I every time go and visit that and along with other guests and give them a taste of Okra also. Okay, so I have been a very part of Nawab Taj Hotel, Agra. They have also introduced some Okra recipe there, Okra tea, something like that. It's coming like that. So hotel restaurants consumption is increasing, adopted in local cuisines, lot of recipes, lot of things are coming out of Okra. And then we move to this vacuum fried chips. Yesterday we demonstrated, give them test. Today onwards it is up for sale there. You can take it, okay? So this is happening, and these are the different, even Okra in brine happening from India to USA. So they are selling it, and This is one of our varieties brand and sold there in this K34. Examples are there in stock. These are the other varieties we place on the vegetables, chopped okra, frozen okra. That's what is being sold. So a lot of things are happening. And okra chips, okra and vinegar, and okra sliced. So all those things are available in the market. That is how I think, friends, okra global thing will happen. And that is my thought process. So thank you very much for listening.
We have exhausted the time for this presentation, and questions I suggest to ask in the tea break. So may I announce the next speaker? The next speaker is Mr. Rain. He is Senior Product Manager of East West India. He has a master in plant breeding, but also a degree in business administration. So he is also very well suited to present about okra markets. And beside his work at East West, he is also a co-founder of a philanthropic organization funding talented students in their research. Well, he is in his job spanning everything from sales, marketing, market research, brand management, etc., etc. And I'm very curious now to hear the talk about market overview, insights, opportunities in South Asia, Southeast Asian markets.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Can I have the mic and yes. Check. Can you put a slideshow?
I think, can we take all the questions after all the presentations so that they can note it down and then put it? That's
If we have enough time for that,
Yeah.
let's do that.
It's fine.
Check. Okay, good morning everyone.
Good morning.
And first of all, thank you very much for giving an opportunity for me to present on Okra, and specifically talking about South Asia and Southeast Asian market. And there is quite an attachment with IARI because I am brand leader and I did my preparations here. So a lot of emotional attachment is here, and I'm glad to stand here in front of you to talk about Okra. So as introduced myself, I'm Tejas. I'm working as a senior product manager in East West Seed based out in Bangalore. A very quick introduction about our organization, East West Seed. So it is, as you know, it is founded by Sande Group, and I'm glad to share that we are celebrating 40 years of our establishment, 40 years of our serving to the smallholder farmers this month. So 7th October is our foundation day, and we are celebrating. And Dr. Sande Group is a World Food Prize laureate also. We have also won various recognition and awards at various platforms like World Food Prize, then CDC Index, and also in the Fortune. So today's topic is about talking about South Asia and Southeast Asian market. Sorry. So the flow of the presentation would be, I will talk about the market overview, market insights and opportunities. So to start with, why Okra is important. So Vilamar sir has very clearly and very interestingly told about why Okra is important from all the aspects. So from the consumer, from the grower aspect, why it is important. It's one of the fastest growing vegetables in India. It gives better ROI for the farmers, round the year cultivation, and with the new traits, combo virus and good fruit quality, short intervals. I think that's the result. It is making it quite a profitable vegetable for the growers, and I think all of you will agree with me on these points. Secondly, with respect to consumer, like people like us who consume, so okra is considered as a superfood. Why? Because it has very high nutritional values. It has low calories. It is very easy to prepare. It is a smart food, I would say. And from kids to adults, everyone likes it. And we have seen in various cuisines and various restaurants that are serving okra's dishes. Also, it has various antibacterial, anti-cancer kind of medicinal values.
With respect to trade, why it is important? So it is estimated that close to 10 million tons of production of okra is happening. So just imagine if you multiply with the dollar value, what is the trade is happening on okra? If we see overall acreages in last 10 years, it is a very interesting fact. In last 10 years, in last decade, almost 30% increase in production has happened, which means more seed, more production, more income for the farmers. Thirdly, a lot of high exports and imports are happening. If you go onto the government websites and global websites, you see billions of dollars of turnovers are happening around okra exports and imports. And finally, overall seed market, it is estimated that it is close to $205 million market with close to 13,000 metric ton of seed going. So just imagine what is the scale of business happening around this okra. And finally, in India, yesterday also we mentioned that okra is #1 seed category. We estimate that overall Indian market is close to $735 million, close to 5,500 crore का ये market है, उसमें से 700 crore के आसपास is okra. So I think this shows the overall perspective and why okra is important for us. Now let's go on to a journey of a global perspective, as mentioned in the previous presentation. It is a tropical crop. It is a warm loving crop. So we see this okra cultivation across the tropics, mainly in Asia, South Asia, Africa, and also Latin America, and some parts of Europe also we are seeing nowadays in Spain and all those countries. The why it is happening? What are the drivers? The drivers are mainly high consumption because the purchase power is increasing, population growth is happening, people are living to it, hybridization is happening, and round the year demand is observed in okra. Now let's go deep with respect to. Sorry, it's not moving. Can you just click on the slide? Yeah. Now let's go deep down to my topic specifically on South Asia. When I mean South Asia, means India, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, Pakistan. When I talk about Southeast Asia, which means Thailand, Myanmar, Cambodia, Philippines, Vietnam, all those markets in the region. So when we talk about this area, so South Asia and Southeast Asia, these two regions contribute close to 60% of the overall okra cultivation and production. When we go to the South Asian markets, mainly India, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, Pakistan, these are the major driver globally. So 55 to 57% okra cultivation production happens here in these markets of our India. Mainly India is a key driver. If we go to Southeast Asian markets like Thailand, Malaysia, Philippines, Vietnam, everywhere, so we see close to 2 to 3% is the contribution. So in the previous presentation, I think we saw the segmentation. So here I want to focus mainly on okra. There are various segments like we have Indian type, which is grown in Asia and also in Middle East. We have okra smooth, which is mainly grown in Philippines and Brazil in some part. Okra Vietnamese, mainly it is grown in Vietnam and Indonesian market. And then we have red okra, which is introduced recently by Okra. So now let's talk about South Asia market. So South Asia is the key driver. So these are some of the facts and figures from our internal estimates. So what we understand that India is the leader here, and close to 5,700 metric ton market is there. Out of that, close to 2,000 metric ton is the hybridized market, and close to 3,700 tons is the OP market, and which values to close to 90 to 95 million dollars. So करीबन 700 से 800 करोड़ का ये market का estimations है. If we talk about Bangladesh, so Bangladesh is close to 150 metric ton market. Pakistan is around 150 metric ton, and then Sri Lanka we have around 50 metric ton. So overall South Asia put together close to 6,500 metric ton out of global of 30,000 metric ton. So the objective of the slide is to show you what is actually the big picture of South Asian perspective and opportunity of okra with respect to value, with respect to volume, and there is still a lot of hybridization scope. If we see about the other countries, I think a lot of scope is there for hybridization. And we are very fortunate to say that the high technology adoption is very high in Indian market and South Asian markets. So I started my career, I was selling video of around 1,000 rupees, and now we have video of around 6,000 rupees. So 6 times increase in the pricing we can see, and that in terms give value to the farmers, and farmers are ready to pay that. So overall we see that volume wise it is growing at around 5 to 6%, but very interestingly, value wise it is growing at around 8 to 10%, and the value drivers are the combo virus, fruit quality, better plant architecture, and so on. If we talk about the drivers for the South Asian markets, so basically the drivers are virus tolerance is there, dual virus tolerance, then frozen and different forms of okra are cultivated, and specifically India is the highest exporter of okra. 70% of global exports of okra happens from India, and mainly we export to UK, Singapore, then Malaysia, and UAE, all those markets. So these are some of the key drivers for South Asian markets. If we talk about a level below that, if we talk about commercial, how do we segment our okra? So we segment our okra based on value. Value means high value, which talks about dual virus tolerance, better fruit quality, short interval. So this is the high value segment, then we have mid value and we have low value. So interestingly, if you see, the high value segment contributes close to 50% of the total overall South Asian market, and which is growing at around 10 to 12%. So this is very interesting that technology adoption is very high, and farmers see value in this, and I think ultimately we are able to improve their life. And followed by we have medium and low value kind of okra, which is also have suitability in the markets. Let's understand from the consumer value chain and from the grower perspective, what are the insights. If you see from the value chain, so we have traders, we have vendors, they want better fruit quality. Then we have farmers. Farmers understand the okra virus dynamics. That is the key factor here. So they know which are the high virus pressures, low virus pressures, mid virus pressures, windows, geographies, seasons, months. So accordingly, they prefer the different products in high value, low value categories. In terms of the growers and consumers, so people like us, we are more happy to eat okra, and now processed okra, chips okra, and all those things are coming. So I think that is helping. And overall, as an industry, we see all the multinationals are aiming at coming into the okra category. And it is said that if you want to become the top player in the Indian vegetable market, we have to participate in okra business. So these are some of the insights from the South Asian markets. Now let's go to the Southeast Asian markets, mainly Thailand, Philippines, Vietnam, Myanmar, Malaysia, Cambodia, Indonesia. So all these countries, what insights are there? So mainly these countries, potential-wise, these are smaller as compared to India, but I think there is a potential. Why? So see, if you talk about Thailand market, it's close to 8 metric ton and value is close to $0.5 million. Philippines is interesting, it's OP, but I think a lot of hybridization will happen very soon. So close to 50-55 metric ton market is there, close to $1.2 million. Then Vietnam is there, Myanmar, Malaysia, Cambodia. So put together 141 close to 150 metric ton is the market size with respect to OP hybrid, and value is close to $4 million. So I think it has a potential to grow with respect to overall opportunity of exports. Interesting, fact here is that a lot of okra is exported to Japanese market. And these markets have specific requirements with respect to quality, size, and shape. I think that is one of the driving factor in these markets. We don't see much virus pressures in these markets, but in Myanmar country we see some viruses are building up because it is not so intense cultivation happening. But in future, if okra goes at higher level, I think we would see some challenges coming in. This is a last year picture from Philippines. So this shows that Philippines farmers are producing okra and exporting to Japanese countries. And if you can see, Dr. William Dar, our ICAR, the chairman, is here in the picture, and he is promoting okra here. Another interesting slide here. If you see some more insights about Thailand market. So Thailand is around 100% hybridization market. Indian type okras are grown here, and mainly 90% okra is being exported through processing. Then if you talk about Philippines market, so OP is the major contributor, and then again we have green smooth, and again Indian types of okras are grown here, and which is at very high value, close to $150 to $140 per kg. If you go to Vietnam market, so Vietnamese okra is a typical okra they grow, and they have some hybrids close to 2 metric ton, and some Indian types also they grow. Then Myanmar, as I shared, so there also Indian okra is quite popular, and we see a lot of Indian type okra being grown by the farmers. So close to $60-65 per kg kind of price range they are selling. And similarly, so some small markets are there in Indonesia. So this shows that Indian okra is quite popular in these Southeast Asian markets along with other okras, and these markets right now it's at a lower level, but in future with respect to the other driving factors they might increase. So these were some of the aspects of South Asian market, Southeast Asian market. I will quickly touch upon the okra processing segment. I think the third topic of mine is opportunity. I think this is an opportunity. So with respect to processing, I will talk about fresh and frozen okra. So fresh okra is one of the major commodity which has been exported to the different countries. And as per the latest or the previous updates, close to $32 million valuation we have seen. And major contributor, major importers of okra from India is UK, 34%, Canada, Bangladesh, US, Saudi Arabia, and so on. And there are some key players in India like KV Exports, Aryan, Three Circles, KK Exports, NK Exports. These are some of the players who export okra from India. So this is one of the biggest category, and followed by we have frozen okra. So frozen okra we have seen in European market, in Canada, and UK and Belgian markets. So this is again another category which is growing, and there are a lot of players playing in this segment. So just to go a level below, what are the insights? So processing segment, if you talk about, so fresh okra segment is a major contributor, close to 95%, and mainly it goes in corrugated boxes, close to 4 to 10 kg of boxes it goes. And specs are very clear. They want excellent food quality, 8 to 10 centimeter tender, MRL levels should be below as per the UK standards, and also they want good shelf life. So this this is a fresh segment inside. And when we talk about the frozen okra, comparatively it is lower, close to 5%, but mainly IQF technology, in the individual quick freezing, which we use in sweet corn industry. So that kind of processing technology is there, and which is exported to these countries. And I have personally seen these packets in shelves of European markets. It's quite interesting. People are more interested to buy these products. So drivers, as I told, that mainly the driving for these segments are the Indian population and Asian population in US and in European markets. So they are more different, and also the other population also. And it's quite a stable market. With respect to area production, where it's happening. So in India, So in India, mainly Gujarat, Surat, then Maharashtra, Tamil Nadu, Telangana, UP, these are some of the markets where exports are happening. And if you talk about the grower, what does grower want? So this is important for us because accordingly we will develop our products. So grower want excellent food quality, they want good shelf life, they want good virus resistance and shorter intercourse to have better yield. So these are some of the insights from the processing industry, and this is what helps us to take some critical decisions in our breeding and in our marketing programs. So thank you very much. Hope I have time, sir.
Thank you very much for keeping the time. Still we suggest to keep the questions for the final discussion.
Yes. I think
so. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
we'll save some time and then.
Yeah. So it's up to you. Over to you.
So next presentation is from Mrs. Vinita Subhash. She is Deputy General Manager APEDA from Delhi. Welcome, madam.
Very warm good morning to the speakers and the dais and the participants. First of all, I would like to thank the organizer for inviting APEDA to be a part of this important initiative taken by them. So before coming to my topic, I would like to before coming to my topic, export potential of okra, because my previous speakers have already set a ground and giving a brief about the potential of okra and the strength we have in our country. So let me just brief you the organization from where which I am representing. It's APEDA, it's Agricultural and Processed Food Products Export Development Authority and the Ministry of Commerce. And the main objective of the vision of APEDA is to establish India as a consistent supplier of quality and price competitive agro products. These are the three important, components: the consistent supply of quality as a price competitive of agro products to make our presence in the global market. And this is the vision, and this is the all the activities around all these three components that APEDA's activity. So presently APEDA is looking after 17 products, major categories, but if we divide into this, so we have more than 700 plus products in our basket, which APEDA is looking after. And when we say that the product or the export of agri-export from the country, it's $49.62 billion, and APEDA share is 24.77 billion, which is approximately 50% of the total agri-exports from the country. And the share of, in APEDA's basket, the cereal sector contributes 52%, fresh fruits and vegetables contribute 13%, animal products 17%, and other processed foods and the cashew and floriculture seeds. This is how the total exports of, the exports of APEDA scheduled products from the country. And let me just take a glimpse of Okra, which earlier speaker has already mentioned that in production we are at number 1, and India's share in the world production 64.4%. And India's export is of 3,920.88 million metric ton. Out of this, the value is 23.78 crores. And major export destinations are UK, UAE, Qatar, Germany, Kuwait, Canada, Singapore. And what we are looking for opportunities for India, for Okra, the potential markets are USA, France, Hong Kong, Switzerland, Belgium, and Netherlands and Switzerland. Yeah. And India, we know that we have the advantages like we are the second largest producer of fresh fruits and vegetables. We have a diverse climatic conditions and wide range of fruits and vegetables we have, and proactive government policies which are supporting and promoting exports from the country. And this is the production area I have given, but it has already been mentioned by the earlier speakers. We have a lot of potential. We are at number 1, so that means if we have a sufficient production with us, that means we have the export potential also. But we need to explore the potential market. So these are at present we are exporting to UK, UAE, Qatar, Germany, Kuwait, Canada, Singapore, Nepal, Bhutan, Sweden. These are the top 10 countries, but of course we have other more countries also. And this is APEDA's India's share in Okra exports, which I have already mentioned in an earlier slide. And these are the major importing countries. These are our competitor countries, in fact. The Germany, USA, France, Hong Kong, UK, Netherlands, Canada, UAE, Belgium. So these are the major importing destinations in the world, which exporting. Of course, we are exporting to Germany, but USA, as I have told you, is a potential market where APEDA is making efforts to promote okra and other fresh fruits and vegetables in these markets. And these are the major competitor markets. They are the exporting okra from the world. The Spain, Italy, China, where India stands at number 8 position. So see that Germany is also exporting, but we are also exporting to Germany. That means Germany is importing okra, and further, it's a further destination that which re-export the okra from Germany. And then this is it has already been mentioned that we have seed to harvest time is 50 to 65 days. Availability is all around the world, all around the year, and shelf life is 12 days. And majorly the packaging, the exporters which are exporting, they are into 2 categories. One is loose, which is approximate 5 kg box, and pre-packaging in transparent food grade pouches also, and mode of transportation for export is here. And our exporters are having the certification like Global Gap, BRC. This is how they are, making this a quality product, quality produce for export purpose. I will just show you in the next slides how exporters are taking care of maintaining the supply chain of the okra or other agri-produce. So this is the post-harvest management of okra for exports: harvesting at a proper time, then sorting and grading at the APEDA pack houses, then doing the packaging as per the requirement of the importing country. If it is required for pre-cooling, they have the pre-cooling chamber, then storage in a cold store, and transportation and further to the export. This is the whole supply chain of export of okra to different destinations. These are the different packaging standards followed by our exporters to maintain the quality of our produce. These are the glimpse of their farms where they are adopting the good agriculture practices to maintaining the quality of our produce and addressing the issues of the pests and the pesticides. And these are the glimpse of the okra farms of one of our leading exporter, which Tejas has also mentioned, the KB Exports. This is the presence of Indian okra in the major retail brands, Esco and Vitros also. So this is the pack house. When we say that pack house, when we need to export the export of fruits and vegetables to EU countries, that it has to be processed in ATPBR approved pack house. Otherwise, they will not accept it because there is a set of system they have prescribed, which the Indian government has also standardized when we need to export the fresh fruits and vegetables to EU countries. So this is the processing of pakra and ATPBR approved pack houses where the exporters are adhering all the requirements of the EU countries. Why I am giving you the example of EU countries, that everybody knows that in December 2013, EU put a ban on fruit, vegetables and mango, Indian vegetables and mango, where okra is one of them. But when the delegation visited India in March 2014, so they saw that what kind of practices we are following and what kind of a strong supply chain we have in our country, which our exporters are exporting, so they have lifted the ban. So these are the practices which that exporters are following in their pack houses. These are how they are packing it. This is see the maintenance, how they are maintaining the quality of the produce by using the good quality packaging material. This is the for export of I am saying because EU is a very stringent market, and there is a system which we have ATPBR has prescribed and set up in association with the PQ department. When the produce will come to the processing to the pack house, it has to be pre-inspected by the PQ officials. If that produce is okay, then only they are allowed to bring that produce in the processing hall. And this is how they are doing the inspection after packaging. After packaging, each consignment as per their requirement they are doing, and then they will put the stack at one place, and then only it will be dispatched to a certified the reefer van to the airport, and then only the PQ inspection officer at the airport, they will open the seal, and then only they allow for these material to go to EU countries. So these are the common, like I have given you the example of the individual pack houses. These are the common facilities where ATPBR has created the common facilities at different places. Why we have created? Because this is one of the important mandate of ATPBR to create the infrastructure across the country, common infrastructure, which includes common infrastructure also. So this is the Vashi, you mentioned about, Mr. Prashant has mentioned about the Vashi. This is the common pack house facility available at Vashi, Mumbai. So where individual merchant exporter can take the benefit, can use this facility and will be able to export to Europe. It's not that only the exporters who are having their own pack houses will be able to export it, no, but there are common facilities created by ATPBR where exporters can go there, process their material and fulfill all the norms and export to the different destinations. These are the different CA stores and CPCs created by ATPBR. Let me tell you that like the Mumbai, which I have mentioned that it's caters to almost more than 70% of export of fresh perishable products. So because of that reason, since last 25 years back, ATPBR has created one of the largest CPC center for perishable cargo at Mumbai to cater the export of perishable products and from Mumbai. And these these kind of facilities we have created at Kolkata, Chennai, Trivandrum and different places so that there is a dedicated place for keeping the produce being is a perishable. The nature of the produce is a very highly perishable, so the temperature has to be maintained because in the supply chain the role of maintenance of temperature is very important. So these are kind of facilities we have created. So and the testing food laboratories, because every country now demands for the different kind of testing. So ATPBR has created recognized more than 230 laboratories across the country for meeting the testing requirements of the importing countries. And we are also providing financial assistance for upgradation of the infrastructure for catering to the requirement of the testing as per the regulations of the importing countries. So these are the promotional ATPBR schemes. When I have told you that it has to be cost competitive. When we say the cost competitive, so that's why ATPBR is providing different financial assistance for development of infrastructure, for quality development, market development. Under infrastructure, we are providing for setting up of a pack house, and under this we are creating common pack houses also. And we are for quality development, we are providing the financial assistance for lab testing, for quality management, implementation of quality management systems, and testing of samples, etc. And market development, which is an actual role of ATPBR, the promotion of of agri products from the country, and we are trying to provide the platform to the exporters, because when we are talking about that we have a potential, we are number one, but we have to go. So we are providing this the platform to the exporters for by participation in the different international trade events. In the wake of during the time of COVID, when we were not able to participate physically in the international events, so we have created the platform for virtual buyers means, and during that time, more than 45 countries we organized the virtual buyers where the exporters and the importers got the opportunity to interact with each other virtually and take the benefit of that platform. And the quality initiatives which we have taken, like ATPBR has set up is a pioneer in implementation of traceability system. So first we started with Great Net, where we have 1.45 lakhs number of farmers, and for Hortinet also we have 87,647. And this Hortinet system we are sourcing, the exporters are sourcing, if they have to export the fresh horticulture produce to EU countries, the farmer has to be registered in Hortinet system. Same way we have a traceability system for organic products, which is called TraceNet system. For peanut also we have developed a traceability system. For animal products also, it's a meat.net traceability system. And we are in the process of further expanding our traceability system for poultry, honey and GI products. The major intervention required in Okra is productivity needs to be improved, and all our stakeholders are trying their level best to by providing the good quality seeds, having a good so that we will be able to increase the productivity because we have the potential, and the quality needs to be enhanced so that India can make a quality product available at a competitive price, and freshness and eye appeal must be enhanced in product in order to be competitive in the international market. Packaging needs to be improved, and the backward linkage with focus on extension needs to be given. Farmer need to be trained on quality requirements of importing countries. So wherever the company like Mr. Prashant has mentioned that if the farmers can be trained as per the requirement of the importing countries, it will be a very win-win situation for the farmer as well as for the country to increase the export of okra in the international market. And the product needs to be branded and new market needs to be explored, because like I have told you that there are a lot of potential, but we don't have presence right now, but we have potential that we need to just adhere to the quality and the importing requirement of those countries. That ATPBR is doing by participation and making, like we have taken the initiative with Germany, like Germany is a very potential market. In fact, in the afternoon we are going to have a meeting with our embassy. We have identified Okra, one of the potential products, to be branded in German market, so that, because it's a very big market. And there is a good demand also, but we need to, enhance the quality. We need to focus on the quality and the requirements. APEDA's initiative, like I have told you, that we are trying our level best to strengthen the supply chain. APEDA is organizing interaction meeting with all stakeholders, whether it's a farmer, exporters, or the other line ministries, so that wherever there is any issue, we will be able to address those issues. As I have mentioned, that we have organized virtual bioseller meet, where the potential exporters of fresh fruits and vegetables, they have also participated. And APEDA is the first organization who created a virtual trade fair. We organized a virtual trade fair for Indian fruits and vegetable and floriculture, where the Okra exporters have also participated, and they got the benefit out of this platform. Other export facilitation initiatives which APEDA, I'll just run through this. These are the virtual bioseller meets we have organized. This is how APEDA is, providing or helping exporters to interact with the international market. So, that APEDA has been focusing on collaboration approach to bring synergy with number of organizations, number of stakeholders, which have an important role in this whole supply chain. So we have signed MOUs with different organizations so that we can take the benefit, we can make a team and achieve the goal of promoting exports from the country. So these are the different platforms we have, the export promotion forums we have created, and these forums are totally driven by the trade only. They are the members, so whenever they raise the point during these forums meetings, we take up those issues with the line ministry, with the other department or other laboratories, and trying to resolve the issues which hampering the export of agri exports from the country. So these are the initiatives, trial shipments we have done for the GI products. These are the different, how APEDA is addressing, how APEDA is promoting the exports of agri exports from the country.
Madam, last 1 minute. Thank you.
These are the trial shipments we have done. These are the unique products which we have tried to help. We can never think of, exporting dragon fruit from India, but we have done 3 successful trial shipments from Gujarat, West Bengal, 2 from West Bengal. These are the different, ethnic products we have tried to help the FPO groups. Even the FPOs have become the exporters. These are the e-attacks we are trying to circulate it to all the stakeholders. So this is APEDA's presence in the social media. Whenever there is a success, we try to keep, giving it in the social media to feel that to have a presence in the global market as well. So thank you very much for your patience.
Thank you very much, madam, for very exhaustive overview what APEDA is doing for vegetable export and as such for agri produce export. I think that this is going to give us good opportunity to really bring good traction on that. Yeah, over to you. Maybe introduce the next speaker.
Thank you very much. It is my great pleasure to introduce to you Dr. Helen Adeni. She is coming a long way to join us here. She's from Nigeria. She is Chief Research Officer for Farming Systems and Extension Services, and she works in Ibadan, Nigeria. I'm particularly happy that she is here because beside India, Nigeria is one of the hotspots for okra production. And she will give us a presentation on okra area productivity and key improvements in Nigeria. Don't want to waste more time. Please, Helen. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. As has been said, I'm from National Horticultural Research Institutes, Ibadan, Nigeria. We have the mandate to research into horticultural crops, such as vegetables, fruits and ornamentals. So okra is one of our mandates, and although I'm an agronomist, I'm not a breeder, but I work with breeders. As you know, agronomists, we are the bridge between the breeders and the stakeholders. So I work with them on the production, on carrying out their experiment, establishment of field, observation on the field, then reporting maybe back to them, to the necessary authority. If there is a problem on disease or pest, we report back to the necessary authority. So that's how I'm involved, and that's why I'm here. Besides that, I'm a friend of okra. You know, in Nigeria, we take okra a lot. It's one of our staple foods. We consume it almost every day in our meal, but we take it as soup, not as whole. We dice it and we take it as soup. I will still explain the way we take it. So by the way of introduction, okra, as I have said all along, is a good source of many nutrients and is economically viable because the way we consume it in my country, if you're an okra farmer, you're a big man. So it's economically viable in Nigeria, and the cultivation and consumption cut across all the country. Every zone of the country will cultivate okra, although it may be different varieties or different types, but the cultivation is all through the country. Okra is eaten majorly in form of draw soup, as I've said. We eat it in our soup as a supporting food, you know, to take our bolus. Most of Nigerian foods, especially in the southwestern part where Ibadan is located, are normally in balls, in boluses. So we use okra a lot, although there are some other draw soup. We have okras that compete with it, but yet okra is ahead of them. An example of foods that we usually eat with okra is we call it inya. Inya is the product of yam. It's a mashed yam. We use water to pound it. So when we take it, it will be in form of ball or boluses. Because of the slimming nature of okra, it makes it easier for us to swallow. So that's one of the major reasons why we do take okra. Another one is fufu. Fufu is from cassava. It's almost the same as inya, the same way of swallowing. Some products of maize, some products of cassava too. You know cassava flakes? Yeah, we use cassava flakes to make eba. So when you process it with hot water, it becomes mushy, and we take it as boluses. And wherever you are swallowing, you know, when it's slimming, it goes. So apart from the nutritional aspect of okra, the nature is part of the reason why we consume it a lot, because of the mucilage, because of the drawing nature. So whenever we are considering the type of okra we want to take, one of the major considerations is the slimness or the draw. We call it draw soup. So that is one of the major factors that is considered before you take any okra. So by this, this is the composition of nutritional composition of okra, fresh okra pod, part of which has been shown you by one of the presenters. Apart from the pods, in Nigeria we also consume the leaf. We also use the leaves as stew, as soup. It draws also. It even draws, it's more slimmer than the okra pod. So we also use it in soup. And The composition as been shown is even more nutritious than the pod. Because let's take a look at the protein content. This is 4.4 according to this author, and for the pod, I think it's 2.1. Let's look at the ascorbic acid. It's higher too, even in leaf than in the pod. So which means the leaf can be consumed, and I think the consumption will be researched into and encouraged. But some part of the country we use it. We call the pod ila, we call the leaf ilasha. So we use them alternatively. We also use the flour to make soup. It's also dry. The flour also dry. When you cook it, it's also dry. So, you know, the local people, they may not know much about the nutritional quality, but that's the dry quality of it makes us to take. So we take the leaf, we take the flour as soup, and we take mainly the pod. The seed also are being used, although not on that one is not that popular, but some people use it, they pop it and take and eat. Some people roast it and they use it as a supplement. There is this food we take, first, we call it ogi. It's a product of maize. So when you roast the seed, you can add it to it as a supplement to fortify it. So that is the little way where the seed is being consumed. So this goes to show that almost every part of okra plants is consumable. It's consumable. So that's the pod, the leaves, and the flower. Even the buds. Some people consume it too. And they are very good for our body, for our system. At least we consume it almost every day as the major soup, as supporting soup, as thickener. There's a part of Nigeria that whatever soup we cook, they must add okra. We call it thickener because of the mucilage. So while growing or developing any okra products for our country, the major consideration should be the mucilaginous nature, the drying nature, which I learned some people don't want here. Because I was listening yesterday when someone was saying that the solution to slimy is to put lime. I said, well, whereas what we want in my country, especially the part where I come from, is for it to slime. So if you are developing anything for Nigeria or for southwestern Nigeria, please consider mucilage and the slimy nature of it. Yes. So that's why in order to prolong the shelf life, because of some little problems that we're having, we have problem with storage. Storing fresh commodity is difficult. So what we usually do is that we dehydrate by slicing or by drying it whole. So when you do that, it can last for as long as between 3 to 6 months if there is no moisture content. So we store it by dehydration so that during off season you still have to consume. Because majorly the production in Nigeria now is on rainy season base. There are some productions during dry season, but you have to be supported by irrigation. You know, we have two major weather seasons in Nigeria. We have the rainy season and we have the dry season. So during the dry season, most of the crops, if you want to produce, you must support them with irrigation. So at that point, during the dry season, okra is very expensive. The one you are buying for like 100 naira during rainy season, you can buy as much as 500 naira during dry season. So for those farmers that can put in the effort, it's worth it. It pays. So, but not every farmer. So in order to prevent total, that you don't have it at all, that's why we store by processing it into dry form. We call it ormula. So we process it into dry form, then we store it and we consume it all year round. That ensures that we consume it all year round. Then the production, as has been said and we have had even last year, that Nigeria is second to India in the production. But yet, we have larger acreage than India, but our product is so low compared to what is being produced here. There are some factors that are responsible for that, which I will discuss later. These are the local names. We have 3 major tribes in Nigeria: the Yorubas, the Hausas, and the Igbos. So this is, the Yorubas call it Ila, the Igbos call it Kubewa, and the Igbos call it Okra. Cultivation area is between 1.6 to 1.8 million hectares. But the yield, you can see, is 1.14 tons per hectare. I think it's low considered to what is being produced here. Okra is consumed by all, irrespective of your religion, your tribe, your region. That's why it's popular in Nigeria. It's adaptable to a very wide type of soil, because we have very wide varieties, different types of land races, more than hundreds of land races of the local ones, even aside the hybrid ones that are introduced. And from experience, the soil pH between 6 to 6.8. And the climate characteristic, as I've said, is 2 seasons. So if you want to produce during the dry season, you have to support with irrigation. Usually, we produce a lot during the rainy season. And an average temperature of between 20 degrees and 30 degrees is said to be optimum for the production of okra, for its flowering, and for its fruiting. As I've said, there are factors that are affecting the production of okra. And these factors are different from agroecological zone, from one agroecological zone to another. Because in Nigeria we have 6 ecological zones: Sahel, Sudan, Northern Guinea, Southern Guinea, Savannah Guinea, forest, and coast. So this is the map of Nigeria. The upper area, the Sahel, is close to Sahara Desert, and they have very little rain compared to other parts of the country. In fact, there is this encouragement by the Sahara Desert moving gradually into our country. So the factors that are affecting their production in that area is quite different from the next one, and even from the forest zone. So that is why we can, it's difficult for us to just generalize that this is the main factors that affect the production of okra in Nigeria. For example, okay, these are the general ones that I've tried to sort out. Lack of access road to some farm due to the nature of their land or their agroecological zone, lack of funds, local farmers most times don't have access to loans from bank because of some bureaucracy of the banks and maybe the government at times. Then pests and diseases. The pests and diseases vary from one location to the other. Then the land, there are places that there are this land tenure system. My father has the land. The land belongs to my great-grandfather. So you cannot go and farm there. So this land tenure system in some area is still a major problem, which is not allowing crop production to be viable as it's supposed to be. And okra production is not an exception. We don't have, at times, some farmers, the local farmers, most of the time, they don't have access to high inputs, with inputs like improved seeds, even at times fertilizer, the problem. Then maybe technology like tractorization is still a problem in some parts of the country. We should not deceive ourselves. Then because I said there's no technology, no tractorization, yet people are moving from the villages, from the locals to the city, making it difficult for the farmers to have labor. The young men are supposed to be farming, but they are moving to the city, seeking for white-collar jobs. Of recent, it's not even to the city alone, moving abroad. There is mass movement, people are leaving Nigeria, moving abroad, and all these things, coming to the city. Those ones are making it difficult for local farmers to have hands in their field. Then, as I've mentioned, almost we can say no storage facility, because we still have a little problem with our power system. So, maintaining it fresh is difficult. So that's why we go for dehydration and drying. And we all know that one, there will be a slight difference in the nutritional quality compared to fresh. I think I'm right. Then weather and climate change, that we don't have much control over. Because of the climate change, so many things are not predictable. So it's also one of the problems. And decline in soil fertility. As I've said, if you don't have enough land and you are farming on the same land over and over, there's no way there won't be decline in soil fertility. And in a situation where most of the times you don't have access to fertilizer, production will be affected. Then I think the combination of all these factors are responsible for the low yield that is being recorded. So, as I've said, that the problems are, localized. They are not the same all in all the geopolitical, agroecological zone. For example, now, this author found out that in this particular area, North Central, okay, sir. Now the acquisition, preparation, and capital, that's their major problem. In South-South, it's waterlogged because it's riverine area. In other parts, okra fruits, rots, that's the problem, disease. Some other places, pests and diseases. So because of the ecological zone, we have different problems facing the farmers. Okay. These GUS and VCU, they are the terms that are being considered by the the regulatory body before they can register a developed product, a developed crop. The crop has to be distinctive, it has to be uniform, and it has to be stable. So the value for cultivation and use also implies for a crop to be registered as a new variety, it must be beneficial to farming and to the industrial community and other communities. So there are some okra that have been developed in the past. We have, these are the products that have been developed in the past. One is developed by, that's NHR 47-4. It was actually developed in our institute by Dr. Owe Benton. He's retired now. He developed 2 crops, but he was able to register and release this before he retired. And we are also working on the next one. That's LD88. We are planning to release it as soon as possible. We also have another breeder, Dr. O. Aditula. Recently, she developed an okra variety, and I think it has been released. We have another breeder, Dr. Anyama, who has developed these 2 varieties now, and it's in F5 and FA. We are working on it so that it will be released soon. And that particular one, one of them is early yielding and one is high yielding. When you have a product that is early, even if it's a week, it can make you a lot better than others. They said that that particular varieties are showing some resistance to fruit flies.
Excuse me, Dr. Helen, it would be time to wrap up.
What to speak now? This is the LD88, and this is the Mai Brown with cap. That is Dr. Denton. He was the one that developed it, so he came to visit us and was telling us, we invited him, and we are trying to mass produce it. So these are the types, other okra types that we have, assertion that we have, that I was helping the breeders to work on. This is one of it. And what you can observe is that this is what I observed on one of the crop first. On another one, I saw more. So, but when I see this type of thing, I go to the pathologist or the entomologist, invite them to be free to come and see what can be done. And I think you can observe that the shape and the size of our okra is different from everyone I've seen since yesterday, not narrow. So I want to plead that tilt your breeding research toward the size that we have. Those thin ones that you are having, not one, will not do what we want. Yes, it won't serve our dry matter. We want something that is big, quality. Africa, when your wife is big, you are taking good care of your wife. so every big thing, that's what we want. So please, I will encourage the breeder that you tilt your research towards the size, towards what we want to. This is a thing that is difficult for us to export. They will say export standard. It must be thin, it must be long. No, the research should be for society too. Please tilt your research towards our needs. Let it be slimy, we want it. Let it be big, we want it. Let it be round, we want it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we got good indications which okra we need to breed for Nigeria. Thank you very much. I'm afraid that we have fully exhausted the time for this session. Is that true? We are a little bit over time. So the discussion has to come during the tea break.
That's fine.
You're close?
Yeah. Before closing this session, I would like to congratulate all the presenters for doing excellent presentation and in-depth analysis for the subject given to them. Most interesting part was to know about Nigeria, Okra. Is a really great thing to, and thank you for coming so long to come here and give her a big hand. And I now declare this session as over. And over to organizers for the next program.
Thank you very much to the chairman and the co-chairman. You please be seated here, sir, for 2 minutes. Yeah. Now we'll be felicitating the speakers of the session, and to do the honor, I would like to request the chairman and the co-chairman of this session, along with Dr. B.S. Tomar, sir, to kindly come in front of this so that we can felicitate them. The first speaker is Mr. Prashant Belgambar, the chairman of the session. Co-chairman, sir, come. I would like to request the reporters also to join side by side. Yeah. First, we'll be felicitating the speakers. The first speaker, Mr. Prashant. Yeah. I would like to request Mr. Tejas Rane to come up. Okay, we have a change. We are now felicitating the co-chair. Thank you, sir. Now it's turn for the speaker, Mr. Tejas Rane.
Yes, please.
I would like to call upon Mrs. Vinita Sudhansu. Come up, ma'am. The next and the last speaker, Dr. Helen. Dr. Helen? She was here? Yeah. Thank you very much, everyone. And to do the honors, I would like to thank each one of you. And I would like to also thank Dr. Tiku, sir, for introducing the chairman and the co-chairman of the session. Thank you very much, sir. Now we break for the tea, and then after the tea we will have the fourth session. So all the if anybody from Syngenta can volunteer to act as a reporter in this session, another reporter. Okay. Okay, so before starting the session, I would like to say a few words. Dr. T.K. Bera, who is the chairman of the session, is one of the illustrious alumni of IARI, and we are proud to have him as a chairman of this session. We have Dr. Krishna Reddy sir from Bangalore, eminent plant pathologist, and we have Dr. Suman Lata, scientist from IARI. So, without wasting time, with the permission of the chairman, I would like to request the chairman, sir, to take care of the proceedings of this particular session.
So, thank you, Dr. Atul, and good morning to all of you. It is about to go to 12, so it's still it is good morning. It's a very important session with respect to this germplasm diversity and disease resistance. I think it's very, very important that in the global trade in the okra is over. In the morning session was so good. I think this is a very important crop, as you mentioned, but I will not take on so much of time. I'll go for discussions after that in the meantime. But important crops in the sense that if you have a child or children, they prefer to take okra. If you just ask them which vegetable you like to take, they will say, I'll take only bhindi or okra. And in which crop I worked, that is in bitter gourd, if you say my children to take which crop you don't like, he'll say bitter gourd. So the thing is totally different. But anyway, both these crops have a different segments and different way and different things or nutritions are there for which we like to prefer all the crops and vegetables. So vegetables are important because 42 crops, 45, 48, even 100 vegetables we are working. But okra is coming to a very important crop. So I'll not discuss, we'll go on discussing in that way, in the different way. But in this presentations, we have 5 presentations, and we'll start with we have our co-chair, Dr. Krishna Reddy. He was also associated with many programs in all India coordinated programs in vegetables. He is a renowned virologist, and actually he is working with me, and we are also working with him. So I think thankful, Dr. Saab, I am very much thankful to you are here. I also thank to this particular organizing this seminar at that Global Round Conference. I think it is the second one in the sense we have a upsize conducted in the last year, that is in cucurbits in the round table, and then it is in also the okra. So I am very much fortunate in both the round table I am here. So it is very wonderful that we are working together with all private and public partnerships. I think that also to be strengthened as a vegetable in the directors in the IAVR, I have to focus on the board partnership within all of us so that we can improve the cause of the human as a science, as an art, whatever we say, that we have to definitely work together so that we can definitely go in the beyond our own materials, to have germplasms, the genotypes, what we'll discuss here. Definitely we have to take care all the things so that we can also have a benefit to the human cause. So thank you, Dr. Saab. Now we have a presentation by Dr. Ronald. So, and we also have presentation by Dr. Krishna Reddy Saab, also by Dr. Dorkash, Dr. Joseph June, and Dr. S.K. Yadav, and Dr. Mamta Pathak. So these are the presentations we have to conclude very quickly. So I think the time was 20 minutes, but I think if it is permitted by all, we'll take at least 15 minutes, another 5 minutes or 2-3 minutes we can discuss if it's possible. By all these speakers, I just request them to make a very brief presentations all of things. So I now will come to Dr. Ronald. Please come and give your presentation. He was a renowned scientist in the molecular genetics in the World Vegetable Center in Taiwan. He is also adjunct professor, as already mentioned earlier in the chair in the session, co-chairing the session. So I am not to say the things, but I think he can start his presentation, and that will be good. Thank you, Dr. Ronald.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, for this kind introduction. Thank you very much for inviting me here. I will try to keep the presentation short and focus on, unfortunately not yet on the screen. My presentation will be on genetic and genomic resources for okra. Perhaps I have to find a presentation. So it's not only humans like okra, there are also some bugs really loving okra flower. I don't know what these bugs are, but just to say, everybody likes okra. Please help with this one. It's here. Can you just advance the presentation by hand? That's it. I'll just next slide. Can you do like this? On the next slide, I just show the total origin of okra. Perhaps there's some of you contradicts, but because okra, Abenoscus esculentus, is, according to literature and culture, there is no known direct predecessor. And it seems that it has developed from two different ancestors, from two different species. And I imagine that this might have happened in a garden somewhere located between India and Africa. Perhaps some garden in Western Asia. It works now. Yes, here it is. Thank you very much. So the hypothesis is that Abenoscus fecundatus and Abenoscus fecundatus, both from different regions in the world, might have given birth to Abenoscus esculentus. And the joint vegetables have tried to collect Abenoscus germplasm as much as we can. We have now 1,580 accessions. Most of them are of the species Abenoscus esculentus, and we have an increasingly growing collection from Abenoscus caviar. There are smaller collections of Manihot and Muscatus there. And as you can see, we have collected quite a lot recently in West Africa. So the largest part of our collection is actually now coming not anymore from Southeast Asia as it was before. It is now the West African part that became more important. So, should I press? So, as the collection has grown, we try to generate a collection that is small and represents the diversity of okra, the so-called core collection. So based on SSR markers, we selected from at that time 840 okra accessions, a set of around 160 accessions that represent the genetic diversity of okra, and we checked in how far this smaller set represents the phenotypic diversity of okra, and we found, as shown in the bottom right of the slide, that based on 32 different descriptors, we quite well caught the phenotypic diversity of okra. There are a few outliers here that are not presented in the core collection, but otherwise we have quite well captured the diversity that is here in this germplasm. And one of the traits we were interested in screening of okra collection was flooding stress tolerance. Okra is a tropical crop grown year-round in the tropics, can be exposed to flooding. And we have this phenotyping system empty during summer, because in summer in Taiwan it's very difficult to do precise vegetative trials. So we have flooded the field after having planted okra, and with this phenotyping system we were measuring the growth of the plants. So we monitor or watch them growing. Every day, 3 times per day, each individual plant was measured for several parameters. The most important one here is biomass increment per day and plant health. And we did this over 2 seasons, and we checked this over the whole growing period, before flooding, during flooding, and after flooding. And what we found is some accessions that stand out when it comes to maintain growth under flooding.
There were a few accessions that really did just not stop growing with flooding, and others that maintained continued to grow and restarted growing after flooding was relieved and during recovery. We were checking also plant health by the normalized differential vegetation index, and we found that a few of the germplasms just outstandingly healthy also during flooding. So we have this list of flooding tolerant accessions and are ready to use them in breeding. These data have been confirmed over 2 generations, over 2 seasons. Now, when we have an interest in trade, it would be also interesting to map this trade. So in addition to phenotypic data, it would be also good to have some genomic resources available, markers available for okra breeding. And here, I was really happy seeing this paper from East-West and from Achim University that shows that okra has been sequenced down to the chromosome level, which I think is a wonderful achievement. Up to recently, nobody dared to do that. I have learned that this sequencing actually was done by a consortium of 11 companies. Most of them are here. And this paper, which is not yet published, it's just on a preprint server, describes the genome structure, it describes the polyploidy of the crop, it describes the genome size, which is surprisingly small, where it's 145 gigabase pairs for the haploid genome, and also the chromosome number. So, up to now we had no reference sequence available, but now with the reference sequence, still calling marker development will be quite straightforward. But still, the reference sequence is not yet available, will not be available for another 1.5 years, I have heard. And even if it becomes available, I will talk about that later, it might not be so easy to rely on markers that are just derived from this one sequence. So, how can we produce markers without a reference sequence? So markers that we can use in the next 1.5 years. If we are developing markers just from sequencing reads, it is a little bit tricky because highly similar sequences could be derived from different genomic segments, and they may be assembled into the same catalog and we get false negative slopes. That's very bad. And this kind of error is appearing more and more as more complex the genome is getting, and especially in allopolyploid crops. So what's the way out? One way out would be to have in fact a reference sequence to which these reads can be mapped and the SNPs can be called in the classical way. But in case of okra, where we find quite some variation when it comes to genome size and to chromosome copy number, it might be that presence-absence variation is very important, not only sequence variation. In the classical SNP calling, we only find sequence variation. We ignore presence-absence variation. If we want to check the presence-absence variation on the level of genome sequences, there is no way around a pan-genome sequence. And making a pan-genome sequence is quite expensive and laborious. So that means 20, 30, 50 lines need to be sequenced and assembled, and then a pan-genome can be generated. I don't have an example of a pan-genome of okra, of course, but here I show an example of a very simple pan-genome of pepper, where the presence and absence variation between cultivated sweet pepper and hot pepper lines was analyzed. And it showed that these presence-absence variation have a tremendous impact on the performance and on the morphology and on the market quality and etc. of pepper. So, what can we do in order to work with okra, having either no or just one reference sequence? And the solution that I would propose is to use k-mer mapping. Those colleagues with whom I have talked yesterday know already everything about that because I'm really very enthusiastic about this method. K-mer mapping means we are using not the sequencing reads directly, we are using 31 base pair fragments of the sequencing reads. Doing that does not need a reference sequence. We can work directly with the sequencing reads that we get fresh from the sequence. And this can be sequencing reads that come from original resequencing or also from genotyping by sequencing or reduced representation sequencing efforts. And the advantage of k-meres, this is what I'm going to show in a minute, is that it detects sequence variation as well as presence, absence, or and the practical things that the result of the k-mere analysis can be directly used for genetic analysis, including diversity studies, GWAS, selection, etc. The method has been very well described in 2020 by Wetzel and Weigel in Nature Genetics. So, and this is what it looks like. When we do k-mere mapping, we look which of these small sequences that we are scoring are present or absent among lines. And like that, we can see SNPs, we can see indels, and we can see translocations. The graph in the bottom shows colored lines. These red and blue colored lines are no reference sequences, which just represents the chromosomal sequence. And the other colored lines are those k-meres that are different between two lines. If there is, for example, a SNP, these red lines here are different from the blue k-meres. The same for indels, the same for translocations. Just by analyzing presence and absence of these k-meres, we can identify the SNPs. If we have no reference sequence, we don't know where they are, but we know that they are there, and the knowledge that they are there is enough to matter. This just depicts a k-mere mapping pipeline. No need to go there in detail, just please believe me. We can use this table in which accession we find which k-mere, like we use a SNP file for genome association mapping or for diversity analysis. So, in order to show that, we tested it. And the first test we made was using k-meres that were derived from whole genome resequencing of a tomato core collection. By whole genome resequencing, we got 6 million SNPs, and we have translated the sequencing data into 2.6 million k-meres. And this is an association genetic study for NDVI in a drought stress, heat stress study, sorry. And here you see that with classical SNP mapping, we get just a few significant peaks. With k-mere mapping, we get many more peaks. So one could say, with k-mere mapping, we are producing artifacts. We get more loci. I say no, we can validate this loci. We get more loci simply because with k-mere mapping, we not only capture sequence variation, we capture structural variation. And this structural variation and sequence information together gives a much better handle on any trait mapping than what we have seen before. Now, a second example. For pepper, we do not yet have resequencing data. So we have used sequence data just from GBS. And this GBS exercise was not very successful. We only had 8,000 SNPs, which is not very much for pepper. We translated these sequences into 75,000 k-meres, and here in this case, we were not able to map anything with 8,000 SNPs in this population. But with the 75 k-meres, we were able to map. Again, here we are not talking about artifacts. These are peaks that can be validated. And just in preparation for this conference, we made a very quick study, especially for you. We did a k-mere pilot on Okra. I have no phenotypic data. I did not have the money to sequence many accessions. So we just did a very quick genotyping the sequencing exercise on 20 Okra accessions. We got not so many basic sequence information, but it was enough to generate k-meres. And we have used these schemas because we have very little time of information, just to do a very big PCA to check the diversity of the entries. And we have used entries of 2 species, and as expected, the 2 species were very well separated, and the entries also were separated. So just to show, it works also on Okra. The only problem in Okra that we have until the reference sequence will be published is that we cannot order the sequences. So we just have these small k-mers with a known polymorphism. What can we do in order to use them as markers? First, map them. The first step I suggest to do, and I think President Biden also suggests that, is assembling these short k-mers into long sequences. And then try to map the sequences on any sequences that you have, would be a transcriptome, would be a relative, or in the first case, if there is no reference sequence for that, it is possible to design directly markers for these significant k-mers in the nuclear mapping study and use them directly in marker systems. So the summary of my short presentation here is that I would like to show you the advantages of k-mer mapping for species with a complex genome or with a genome where we have no reference sequence or where we can anticipate the structural variation is as or more important than sequence information. As said, these k-mers can be obtained from whole genome sequencing exercises or from GPS data equally. And I'm not getting tired to repeat it. With k-mer sequencing, k-mer mapping, we assess sequence polymorphism and presence-absence polymorphism at the same time. I was hoping that we also can assess optimal number polymorphisms, but this is still a computational problem. But still, we capture much more genetic variants and therefore increase the detection of genetic associations. It works very well, and I hope that we get the opportunity to make a pilot study also on Okra. What we are missing is the phenotypic data of Okra. And for this, I would like to thank you very much, and I thank especially my colleague Dini Abin, who did the biomass.
Thank you, Dr. Donald. Only if you have 1 or 2 questions, only 2 minutes left, I think. If any 1 or 2 questions, quickly, please. Yeah, please.
This mic.
We tried it, yes. I'm not a big fan of using heterologous sequences for mapping reads. Many things have happened during evolution, and even if I look only into the Okra genome, I think it would be very, very difficult to map reads that you have from line A to the reference genome, which is approximately more distant. We tried to hold SNPs in the GPS experiment using cotton as a reference, and we got a very low number of SNPs. When we did completely local assembly, we got 5,700 SNPs, and with cotton, we got high-quality SNPs less than 2,000.
Roland, if I can ask you a question, I'm here at the very end, back.
We will discuss in the
Raising a
next
hand.
part. Okay.
Yes.
Narayan here. This is a basic question. We know the genome is quite complex, the chromosome number varies within the esculenta species. How is it that there is no compromise on seed fertility when you cross between these types, in spite of the chromosomal number variation?
Yeah, thank you. This is a very, very good question that you need to ask the breeders, not the molecular geneticists. I have a very big and very spontaneous hypothesis. If you have a relatively big genome and if you have many chromosomes, the plant might have the plasticity to survive if one chromosome is missing. And it might have learned during evolution to survive also when one chromosome is more. I think it is not very common for crops to have such a high number of.
Say, sugarcane has got high number, but then it compromises on fertility. The setting is low.
So it compromises on
Yeah. But in Apple Moshes it doesn't.
So it is not so uncommon.
Roland? Here.
Yeah, one minute. Dr. Abhisankar. The last question, please.
What is the ideal depth for sequencing for K-mer analysis?
K-mer analysis, how it can become the ideal? The ideal depth.
Ideal depth of sequencing.
Ideal depth for K-mer sequencing analysis.
I would say there is no ideal depth. There is a minimum depth that you need. And this minimum depth then depends of the genome size also and of the complexity. We did not analyze and we did not compare. But when we go back to the Okra data, we had 6 million reads per entry. It says nothing about the depth, but you can already imagine how shallow that was. And we got the K-mers. As from each sequencing read, you produce multiple K-mers. It is not so sensitive to the depth.
Okay. We have to take the next presentation by Dr. Krishna Reddy. He is the head of the department in the, so it's a big clap for you. Thank you, Dr. Nirani. Thank you. So Dr. Krishna Reddy, the Division of Crop Protections in IHR Bangalore. He is also having 33 years of experience in the virology, particularly the virology in respect to different vegetable crops. He worked in that way. He has a very good research publications in the high rate impact factors. Also, he is also having the students and PDF and 10 PhD students and 6 MSc students he has been guided. I think also he has a very good reputations in the field of virology in the Phytopathological Society, fellow of different societies in this country as well as in the abroad. He also having good experience in this particular aspect of the virology and also worked in long way in IHR Bangalore, also guiding the different people, different universities as a whole, the different genomics in the viral, particularly in the vegetable crops. I think it's ready for presentation, Dr. Yeah.
Sorry for the delay. Yes.
Hope now it is ready. Good morning to all. I am here to, there is slight change in my topic. Of course, the change was not that. The global status of Okra research.
Same problem. Excuse me. Next slide, please. होगा भी. Same problem.
Okay, now you see the biotic stress. Of course, I am covering the viruses, but you see the biotic stress. There are 3 factors: diseases, insects, nematodes, and mites. And diseases takes the higher toll, more than 56%, and next is the insects, followed by nematodes and mites. Among the biotic stresses in the diseases, viruses takes maximum toll. As you are aware, number 1 is among the viruses, the bigomoviruses, the white fly transmitted bigomoviruses. Next, please. Next slide. White fly transmitted bigomoviruses, maximum covering 83% and 17% the rest of the viruses. The rest of the viruses are all 3 viruses only. And if you see the bigomoviruses, more than 29 gigaviruses affects okra throughout the world. But in New World, the American continent, it is both together 9 viruses are present. In African continent, 7 viruses are present, and Middle East, 4 viruses are present. Whereas in Asia, the Indian subcontinent, more than 24 gigaviruses are present. As we are aware,
Yeah, it's coming.
yeah, now if you see these the viruses, 3% are there, and the EV loss is 20 to 30%, depending on stage of the ground, it can reach to 80 to 90%. And see, if you see the okra, there are 3 major groups of virus diseases: yellow mosaic classic 1 and Asian leaf curl classic disease. Again, different viruses associated with the symptom. And in Middle East, Africa and Middle East is the common name is the okra leaf curl. Again, there are 3 viruses are involved here. Whereas in African continent, it's the okra yellow mottle virus. There are 9 viruses involved. Among the gigovirus, you see, as you are aware, gigovirus means the gigovirus are the white-tail transmitted viruses. More than 380 species are there. And if you consider the 2 groups of viruses, why I am mentioning this information to you? While breeding, the genetic will vary. We have 2 groups of viruses. One is the mononucleotide virus, which has a single genome, DNA. And in okra, there are 4 viruses. Among them, the 3 are the 4 predominant ones: okra yellow mosaic virus, and okra yellow India virus, and okra Asian leaf virus. Now, these 3 are very important to know. And second group is the one which is bipartite virus, which is having 2 DNA components, DNA A and the DNA B. There are again 2 viruses are there in okra. One is the baby yellow belly virus and the tomato leaf virus. This tomato leaf virus, you all know, it infects a range of host crops. So it is also now known to be there in okra. It is very much prevalent in Indian subcontinent. And if you see the genomic components, as I mentioned, this DNA is a single stranded DNA. It is monopartite is DNA, whereas in bipartite DNA and B 2 separate DNAs. These are all supported by a satellite DNA molecules, which are again beta satellite and alpha. The beta satellites makes an annihilation of the symptoms and the severity. Sometimes the disease is more because there is these satellites. And if you see the symptom wise, we all remember that yellow means symptom is 1, which is only 1 virus, thinking that it is only 1 virus. It is not true. It is most of the gigoviruses, many viruses exist. Symptom is the only external appearance, but the virus present needs to be known. In this case, when you see the symptoms, the variation here ranges the range of symptoms, and often you also get leaf curl or sometimes irritation even in yellow mosaic virus. It doesn't mean that it is a mixed infection, but under different temperature conditions, symptom genotypic interaction will vary. And if you see the next important virus, the okra Asian leaf curl, this is was later. See, the oldest virus is the yellow virus, known below virus even in India and literature. But the okra Asian leaf curl is appeared in 1986 and its presence felt in 2000. Now it is more than the yellow mosaic, and slowly it is occupying the yellow regions, and it is more spreading than yellow mosaic virus. We think that based on symptoms, the nation's leaf curl is there, it is a leaf curl virus. Again here, often it is again genotypic interaction and temperature. The symptom will vary. Even yellow symptom will caused by Asian leaf curl virus, and it is also will not express emissions under high temperatures. Under temperature less than 35, it will express emissions. Higher temperature it can express low. So there is a temperature which plays very important role in Okra. People should understand which temperature it is occupying, and the genotype impact is very, very crucial in this. The identification by symptom is not the proper way of taking this virus. While breeding, we need to use a molecular method and then find which is the virus. And the other bigger viruses vector over the world are the Okra leaf bug, it is both common in Africa and the Middle East. Yellow mottle and mottle are common in case of American continent. These are there is a one cotton leaf bug virus which is very serious in cotton as well as in Okra. This across most of the African countries and in the Middle East. And if you see, as I mentioned in the beta satellites, in addition to the DNA, we have a range of beta satellites identified in Okra, more than 9 beta satellites associated. Depending on the host company and the whitefly feeding, the beta type will accompany with any of these three viruses which are mentioned. Again, similar to the beta alpha satellites and the group of DNA satellites, here there are 4 species which are there. Again, there are more than 10 beta satellites, alpha satellites are associated with the helper DNA. And if you see the genetic diversity of all the bigger viruses in the worldwide, as I mentioned, more than 34 are there. The Indian, they are monopartite, these are the monopartite group of viruses which are present in the Indian subcontinent as well as the Okra. And this is the bipartite. You should not worry by seeing, no, this many viruses are there, how to treat it? Is it possible? It is very difficult. No, it is not a task to do. No, you should not worry the number. Based on genetic information, you may have a number of viruses, but the predominant ones which are more important, they are the ones 3 viruses. We go for the Bendy yellow-wing mosaic virus, and Bendy yellow-wing India virus, and Okra initial leaf virus. People will be confusing with India virus and these 2 viruses are based, we only designated this virus. The India virus occurs mainly when temperatures are above 38 degrees, whereas yellow-wing mosaic is higher temperature, yellow-wing mosaic is not prevalent that much. So that is the reason why I was mentioning outside the temperature has very great role in this virus. Whereas relationally is the only one virus, but there are many isolates, there are 3 genetic groups, but the virus is the only one. And often people have confusion that there is a sequence so much is so right and there is a much difference is not there. It is not true. These 3 viruses are clearly distinguishable as a genetic basis, and there are 3 different viruses. And among the DNA, the bipartite viruses, the legally virus is the one which is prevalent. It is unlike in tomato where we have a southern part and northern part that is different. Whereas this legally virus is present in 4 regions, and it is there in Europe, and Okra is there. And the next important virus now emerging is the tomato streak virus. Many people will be knowing. It was very serious concern initially in sunflower, then followed in cotton and peanut. Corona is a serious concern. But now it is come to the Okra. We reported in Vegat in years back. Then it was not that much. Now it is increasing year after year. The difference you can see the symptoms of fluorosis, and sometimes it's confused with yellow mosaic, but very clear symptoms you can notice on the fruit. The plant affected, if the symptoms are not there on the even in the leaf, you get the curved nature of the fruit. That is the characteristic nature of this virus, slight bending of the fruit, and also product stakes. And this virus is not transmitted, people have now studied, it is not transmitted by insect transmission, both is a pollen transmitted virus wherein you see we have tested the different parts of the flower and the fruit and in each round this thing, the virus presence was detected. The another important feature here is this virus do not, though it is present on the seed coat in the immature seeds, in the mature seeds we could not detect this virus. And it is not present in the cotyledons and not in the, we can definitely say this virus is not seed transmitted and it is only present in the immature seeds. Where the mature seeds it is not able to get viable or not able to replicate. So therefore it is not a seed transmission. People should not worry that it will be seed transmitted. It is not seed transmitted in okra. Whereas this virus is seed transmitted in cucurbits and in soya. The other diseases which I was mentioning is the okra model virus, which is only present in African countries and it is transmitted common in Africa, and the two other viruses, currently is a party virus, is present only in Israel, whereas brown red blood is not that much. Sometimes you get in okra, along with the mixed infection of and the virus identification not by symptoms, you need to use molecular approach, appropriate method for identifying this virus and sequencing. Then only you are able to, and some people use random primers, the general arbitrary primers use an amplifier and they say this virus is there and this virus is not there. Unless you use a species-specific primer, you are not able to differentiate when you use it. We need to use a species-specific primer or by sequencing only we are able to identify this virus. Last part is the one which we need to resistance building. Happening more than 30 years and we had a lot of varieties and now we say the resistance is breaking. My definition of resistance is not breaking, it is the virus evolution which is making the resistance and the virus, new viruses are emerging, so that is why we have more resistance breakdown because of the virus. Therefore, when you are breeding, the first thing you need to be identified is the exact identity of the virus to be ascertained. Then only you breed which virus you are breeding. And then I see that that virus is maintained throughout the screening procedure. And the screening protocol which you are adopting, which is very important. And then final assessment of resistance, not by symptoms, by molecular approach only, so that we have stable, capable of identifying a stable resistance. While describing the resistance also we have scales developed by several people. We use 5 scale, 9 scale and all. In my view, those scales has no relevance in case of viruses. We need to follow a simple structure wherein 0 it is even, where the virus is not present or not replicated, whereas highly persistent one is 1 symptom or the virus is low copy number, whereas the intermediate resistance is the one where you need to define the person. And if you see the screening protocol, there are 3 ways of doing. One is using the hotspot screening. We have 5 locations where we can screen this one, and then whitefly using by artificial inoculation. If you are final resistance to confirm, use only agro-inoculation. Agro-inoculation not to be used as a normal practice because sometimes agro-inoculation, the field tolerance will break down and will not have a resistance at all. And while using in the field, you need to follow the effect of the process wherein every 6 rows you follow on the effect of highly susceptible one, so that you have an inoculum buildup and the inoculum source which can be able to differentiate maximum. And while final assessment, at least 3-4 locations you need to follow and keep the lines evaluation where the performance you record the incident and see the which performance it is, and combination of that, then only you are able to read the better line.
Okay, Dr.
This is the integrated approach as part of talking and everything. And now currently we also receive the genome editing. One of my colleagues in IARI is doing this genome editing for genome virus, and it is in the process editing. where we can get some rescue. So there is a proper identification of virus, then proper linking the resistance, we are able to develop a stable resistance. And so that we have a broad resistance for Okra. Apart NASF and ICAR for funding for making this research.
Thank you, Dr. Saab. So, questions in the during the lunch time, because we are already shortage of time. So at least we have to take the third one, presentation. Otherwise, you have to take a lot. We'll discuss Dr. Saab in the lunch time if you have some questions and queries. So next presentations will be in the online, I think, by Dr. Dorcas. He is from Nigeria. Is presenting online, that is Okra breeding overview in Nigeria and challenges aid. Is there in the online? Can you have a link with him? Is there? Yeah. Dr. Dorcas. Is there? Can you see, please? Okay. Okay. Okay, yeah, no problem. We can share now. We can play. Yeah, if it's not there, link we can play. Just okay. Take it. Yeah, recorded proud. Yeah, okay. In the meantime, just utilize the time. Yeah, next one we can take. Okay, so we can take the next presentation by Dr. Joseph John. He's also online. So he's head of the department at regional station NBBG Thrissur. He will be presenting Okra germplasm collections, conservations and utilization. Dr. Joseph John is here? Please.
Sir, am I audible?
Yeah, yes.
Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you.
So, 1 second,
Dr. T.K. Bahara, chairman of this session, and director IAVR, Dr. Krishna Reddy, distinguished virologist, Dr. Suran Tiku, and Dr. Aparna, organizers and other organizers, and then my former colleagues from ICAR and NBBGR, and ladies and gentlemen.
So,
thank you very much.
Dr. Joseph John, 1 minute please.
Hello.
Continuing? Okay, 1 minute please. So he's...
Shall I continue?
Okay, you can continue. That's okay. After that we'll discuss, yeah.
Actually, every one of you know that origin of Abelmascus esculentus, there are 2 to 3 theories. One is an African center of origin, the other one is an Asiatic center of origin. And another viewpoint is that it is it's a polyphyletic species which was present both in Southeast Asia as well as in Africa. Okra, nevertheless, okra is largely available only in cultivation, and it is restricted to tropical and subtropical regions of the world. Now, I kept this slide here just to show that every one of you know this origin. Now, what about the conservation status of African species, wild species? Another issue is that Southeast Asian wild species, are they properly conserved? You know, the taxonomic studies of Van Borsenberg on Abelmascus species, which appeared in Blumia, which is still considered as the most relevant taxonomic constructs. Now, coming to the botany and ecology, everybody knows it is a Malvaceae family. Earlier it was treated under hibiscus, but now it is Abelmascus. Only the distinguishing trait being the calyx will fall off as a single unit. when Abelmuscus esculentus ecosystem very diverse. We have seen, I have experience only with the Indian situation. It is commercial farms, it is there, but maximum diversity you will see in the backyards and kitchen gardens. Soil is very different, climatic, altitudinal variations are there right from Kanyakumari up to the central Himalayas. And then, but we should look for introgressed forms from the forest peripheries where cultivated and the wild species grow side by side. There is a possibility that we may get some YVMB resistant introgressed forms. This is the one which is lacking in our collections. And then coming to our the collection and conservation status. Altogether, there are 2,836 accessions of Abelmuscus esculentus, cultivated okra in NATPBR gene bank, National Gene Bank. 568 accessions are introduction from various countries which are listed here, Southeast Asian countries, Sri Lanka, then African countries like that. And then the remaining are all indigenous collections representing almost every Indian state, right from Kerala, Tamil Nadu to the Kashmir and the Himalayas. But we have observed that the morphological variability is highest in the West up to Goa, where you get morphologically diverse fruiting forms. And then coming to the characterization and evaluation, wide variability was noticed, as you see in this picture, which was taken from NATPBR regional station Thrissur field. There are semi-spreading types, there are very tall types, there are very dwarf types with short internodes like that. Color diverse, very diverse, green, light green, olive green is there, very unique color, reddish there, then reddish tinged ones are there and like that. Fruit length varies from 8 centimeter to 60 centimeter. And then number of ridges, they vary up to 5, then 8, and there are ridgeless forms.
Network is being poor. Dr. John? Dr. Joseph? This is the only problem with this online. Sometimes. So,
branching, and the second one for long fruits, thin and long fruits, and then this IC052377, a GMS line, and then the last one, that is what is called ridgeless fruits. And afterwards, from NATPBR, we have registered one ornamental okra, which is a hybrid of Abelmuscus moschatus and Abelmuscus moschatus species tuberosus. And these are some of the trade-specific collections conserved in our gene bank, reported by various workers from India for high pod yield, then for early flowering, and then Gemblosum moderately resistant to shoot and fruit borer, and then Abelmuscus esculentus, Gemblosum showing yellow vein mosaic symptoms. And then Abelmuscus kylei materials. Abelmuscus kylei is African okra or Guinean okra. We will come to that later. And then wild species resistant to YVMB, Abelmuscus angulosus, which is endemic to Western Ghats, Abelmuscus tetraphilus variety pungens from northeastern region, and then Abelmuscus NDPGRNs again endemic to Western Ghats, and then resistance to or tolerance to aphids, there is one accession, and resistance to leafhopper, jacid. Recently, these jacids are becoming a very problematic issue in this part of the country. So we need to look for jacid resistant, we need to develop jacid resistant lines. And then resistance or tolerance to mites reported, and then resistance tolerance to nematode reported. Recently, Dr. Prasanna et al. 2022 from ICAR and DPGR Organization Hyderabad, they reported a few collections of intraspecific hybrids, amphidiploids, showing resistance to nematodes, and then resistance to field, resistance to Cercospora leaf spot. These are also reported. And then this is Abelmuscus NDPGRNs, a wild species endemic to Western Ghats, recently described. This material has been found resistant at both at Varanasi as well as Delhi under hotspot screening program in which was held in 2012 to 2016. Of course, Dr. But will be showing more about this program in his presentation. Then coming to the last aspect of the landrace diversity, genetic diversity. So landrace diversity available in our cultivated okra. There are named landraces are very few in cultivated okra. Even though there are diverse from Western Ghats. Anacombin is one extra long variety cultivated in Kerala, which is the named land races. Anacombin meaning resembling that of an elephant tusk. There are few more named land races from Kerala and Tamil Nadu like Maravanda, Tamaravanda, Anjali Palvande, and like that. And then coming to the second aspect of diversity, that is species diversity, there are 11 species, 3 subspecies, and 4 taxonomic varieties which occur in India and worldwide. And then Abelmuscus manihold, which is a cultivated leafy vegetable of Southeast Asian origin, that is Papua New Guinea, Indonesian islands, Java, all those islands. Actually, this material, I feel it is missing in our Indian collections, even though there is some confusion regarding manihold and tetraphilus. And this is a leafy vegetable which we need to introduce. And then the third cultivated entity is Abelmuscus moscatus, which is cultivated for its seeds, which are used for extracting volatile oil used in biryani, food preparations, and all. That is called kasturi. And the fourth cultivated entity is African okra or Guinean okra, which is Abelmuscus kylei, which is again introduced in India and then now cultivated in Kerala, Tamil Nadu, Mizoram, and other northeastern states. Actually, this African okra needs to be utilized extensively as a substitute for okra because it is having highly diverse fruit shape, so many different qualities which needs to be evaluated and utilized as a substitute for cultivated okra. And then this is just the taxonomy of the species available in India. What are the species? In Abelmuscus, cultivated 2 species, and the remaining our wild species. This Abelmuscus angulosus variety Mahendragiriensis, that's a recent addition reported from Orissa, India. And then Abelmuscus pungens variety Mizoraменsis, again recently described from NDTGR. Remaining all workers will be familiar with the remaining accessions. The taxonomy of the wild species has been extensively worked out, and then we have taxonomic keys, morphological keys for distinguishing various species available. So this is the taxonomic key, which is already published in the Indian Journal of Plant Genetic Resources. And then coming to the distribution of wild species. This is the wild species available, and Abelmuscus angulosus variety grandiflorus in our Western Ghats. Then Abelmuscus angulosus variety purpureus, which is a very, very rare, endemic to certain pockets in Western Ghats, which needs to be collected and utilized. And then Abelmuscus tuberculatus, almost all are familiar. Abelmuscus piculneus, Abelmuscus tetraphilus, Abelmuscus moschatus, Abelmuscus crinitus. Again, Abelmuscus crinitus, we have very few collections only, and they are restricted to Madhya Pradesh and some certain pockets in Uttar Pradesh, which needs to be collected. And then this is the distribution. I'm sorry, it may be difficult for you to read it. Distribution of, anyway, next pictures will do more details. This is the distribution of various wild species in world over, as well as what species is available in which Indian state. So we have given the distribution of all the wild species across various Indian states. This is that continues. And the distribution has been plotted using DIVA-GIS maps. All the species as well as subspecies and whatever wild species available. This is based on the gene bank data as well as Botanical Survey of India herbarium data. Based on confirmed herbarium sheets, the spots indicates where that material is available. See, the first one, Abelmuscus angulosus variety purpureus. It is endemic to certain pockets in Western Ghats, whereas piculneus is commonly present. Right down, Abelmuscus angulosus variety grandiflorus, again endemic to Western Ghats. And then Abelmuscus tetraphilus, almost everywhere in India it is available. But Abelmuscus tetraphilus variety pungens restricted to Sikkim and then few northeastern states. Like that all. So a collector's guide for field collection of wild relatives. It is published by NPPGR. It is available, freely available, where all these species are treated with the diagnostic features, flowering, fruiting, location of collection location, and other relevant information. This is just a sample sheet. Okay, this is another sample sheet of Abelmuscus angulosus variety purpureus. Okay, coming. The third component is man-made species. So we have made a few synthetic species of Okra as female parent with wild species. The first one is this is Abelmuscus indoramensis. This is according to the International Code of Nomenclature for the cultivated species because it is a man-made hybrid. So Abelmuscus esculentus into Abelmuscus pungens variety Mizoraменsis, then Abelmuscus kailei into Abelmuscus Mizoraменsis, Abelmuscus esculentus into Abelmuscus tetraphilus, then Abelmuscus esculentus into Abelmuscus tetraphilus variety grandiflorus, then Abelmuscus esculentus into Abelmuscus kailei. So these are some of the pictures. The fruits you see the left side near the scale, that is the cultivated parent, and the right side that is the wild species, fruit of the wild parent, and the central middle one is the interspecific hybrid. amphidiploid, where fertility was restored using colchicine. Okay, fine. This is another interspecific hybrid using Tetraphilus as the pollen parent. This is another interspecific hybrid using Abelmuscus angulosus variety grandiflorus as the paternal parent. You see the fruit pubescence, pungent hairs. This is Abelmuscus esculentus angulosus. And then this is another interspecific hybrid using Abelmuscus kyle into ankylosus. Okay, and then just a general feature, always the hybrid is intermediate for fruit size. Most of the characters are from the wild parent, but they are prolific bearing, and then they were, except this tuberculosis, most of the other combinations they were YVMV resistant, whereas this tuberculosis combination was susceptible. This is Abelmuscus esculentus into Abelmuscus tuberculosis, which has been worked long before from Dr. Harbhajan Singh time, then Kuvada et al. From Japan also described this interspecific hybrid. And then this is a new taxon from Dehradun, which we collected, used for interspecific hybridization. This is the ornamental hybrid, interspecific hybrid. Not interspecific, actually Abelmuscus muscatus, there are two subspecies. The left one is Kasturivanda muscatus subspecies muscatus. The right one is Abelmuscus muscatus subspecies tuberosus, which is naturally occurring in Myanmar area, Prong Hills bordering Mizoram, Manipur, and those areas. But otherwise it is used as an ornamental here, and the middle one, the central one is the interspecific hybrid, which we developed crossing these two wild species. When you use this tuberculosis, the red flowered ones as the maternal parent, you get dwarf materials. Fine. This is the hybrid in full bloom. And then coming to the conservation status, you say this is the wild species conservation status. Abelmuscus grandiflorus, we have 31 accessions, whereas Abelmuscus angulosus variety purpureus, the rarest one, we have only one accession. Abelmuscus beetylifolius, supposed to be beetylifolius, it is a recent collection from Nicobar, Great Nicobar Wildlife Sanctuary, we have only one collection. And then Abelmuscus NBPGRNs, we have two, I think now we have 3 collections, like that. Remaining, we have a good number of collections. Abelmuscus paliaris is also a recent description under the NAAP program. There also we have very less. So wherever this number of collections are very less, we have to make for concerted efforts to collect more germ blossom in this wild species. So this is the status of okra in the world collections, in the global collections. So World Vegetable Center has a sizable number of collections. NBPGR has 2,871. Then Japan has 103. Then USDA has the highest number, 4,579 collections. Okay. So coming to the end of the program, the presentation. So what I envisage as future programs, future prospects or priorities should be that the hotspot screening of entire okra collections, as well as amphidiploids, subtle amphidiploids, and a widely gene pool for YVMV and ELCV collections in hotspot locations. Earlier we did in part at IARI Varanasi, also at IARI Delhi NBPGR, and also in farmers field at Gundur. What I feel is that somewhere in a farmers field in Gundur or somewhere, of course the Dr. Reddy will be the best person to suggest. So this variety screening needs to be done. Then, but there are rare, endangered, and endemic very niche specific species like Abelmuscus angulosus variety purpureus. So those materials, since it won't adapt to our climatic conditions, we have to do in situ hybridization. We have to collect from the forest grow the cultivated parent side by side somewhere nearby, and then use it for hybridization. Also, this material, this species, Abelmuscus angulosus variety purpureus, Abelmuscus angulosus variety angulosus, which is from very few localities in Munnar, Kerala. Those materials needs to be collected from the original source and then conserved in the gene bank. Because of the multiplication problem, they are missing in our gene bank. Then generation advancing of the amphidiploids through bycrossing. It needs a lot of labor, vast field and all those things. Maybe because of that reason that is not taking the whatever needed attention is not given. So we need to give importance to this amphidiploids generation advancing. Then I said gene bank conservation of rare wild species. Then introduction of leafy vegetable type, abaca, Abelmuscus manifold from Papua New Guinea and those areas. And then exploration and collection from remote and unexplored tribal tracts. Still there are areas, just like Dabalakude in Kerala, where 20 kilometers we have to go on foot. There's no conveyance. So there are belts like that where the still collections are to be made, where you will get typical land races. Then utilization of variability in Abelmuscus kailei as an alternate crop. So that needs to be done. KU has released one variety Sustira, which is having maybe for 2 or 3 seasons you can continue to harvest the fruits, and then it has some sort of resistance to YVMB also. And then I feel the Central Indian collections of our Abelmuscus Okra, they are many duplicate, which are all resembling Pusa savanna. So we need to make an attempt to eliminate these duplicates. So this is one that rare collection, variety angulosus from Munnar, which needs to be collected, which needs to be conserved and also utilized for screening as well as breeding, interspecific breeding. This is variety purpureus, again endemic to Western Ghats, certain pockets, Bababudan Hills in Karnataka, and then Kerala, Peria Tiger Reserve. Because it is in this Tiger Reserve and such areas, collection also is a difficult aspect because we need to get permission. And then this is a recent acquisition of supposed to be diacensis, the trait which distinguishing character is extra long fruit stock beyond 15 centimeter. So another one from Araku Valley, these are some of the rare collections which needs to be used there. And then I acknowledge my colleagues and also Director NDPGR, especially Dr. K.V. Bhatt, Dr. Suma, Dr. Pradeep, and like that. And then thank you very much. Thank you organizers, especially Dr. Suren and Dr. Aparna for giving me these opportunities. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Good. Thank you, Doctor. You are in the online, so if you have any questions on one or two questions, please, because we are only shortage of time and we have to go for lunch and now things are there. So please only 1 or 2 questions immediately. Because it is online, you will not be present in the physical way. So please, yeah, Dr. Sanjit.
I have a small comment. Congratulations, Dr. Joseph, for that wonderful presentation. I am thrilled to see the achievements. So how you are now thinking to take these, all the products into the breeding program, or what is your future program with these all amphipolites? You advocated Kali has to be promoted as a species. So what is your thought about that?
Could you hear, Dr. Joseph John?
Sir, the question is not clear to me.
Okay. The question is that whatever the materials you have generated, particularly the species and the new species you have, synthetic species you have developed, what will be the future of these species in the breeding terms? That is the questions, yeah.
Clear.
Please.
But the interspecific hybrids we have developed that has been supplied to IAHR Bangalore, to PAU Ludhiana. I am sure now Dr. Mamata is going to have a presentation. NPPGR regional station Hyderabad for screening, as well as NPPGR headquarters at Delhi.
Okay, Dr. Saab, that means that
IARI also.
Okay, Dr. Joseph. Yeah, so I can realize that you are putting all the things together in the different institutions.
Now another presentation is there by Dr. S.K. Yadav. I think he will take care of the distribution, availability, all those things.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Saab. Yeah, anybody? Dr. Saab, please. He has to hear the things, yeah.
Well, thank you, Dr. John. I really, a lot of work, but this needs to get out of the closet and go to the fields. And I think in the panel discussion, I would like some discussion on this so that we understand how do we develop this kind of variability and take it to the farmer. That should be our goal. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Joseph John. But I think he is working in a lot of way. In respect to different vegetables, particularly interspecific hybridations, he did all of vegetables, in brinjal, in any crops use, in bitter gourd, in any cucumber, a lot of interspecific hybrids he developed. I think it is a very good, wonderful work he's doing. And mostly in case of okra breeding, as you know that we have very much of difficult to cross and hybrid to dendate, but he's doing a lot of works in this particular aspect. I think by the repeated back crossing also we can generate, the breeders must also see that we have to generate more and more materials out of these breeding materials what he has. So I think that will be also utilize our breeding program. Thank you, Dr. Joseph John. So we'll go the next presentation, that is by Dr. S.K. Yadav. He is a principal scientist in NPPGR here in Delhi. So he'll also be presenting the procedure for germplasm exchange in the changing scenario. So that is a very important topic for all our organizations in the private as well as public, how to go for exchanging our germplasms, what type of shortfalls are there with respect to this one. Everybody wants to look at that one. So Dr. Yadav, please. So thank you very much, and you present yourself. Yeah, please.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Respected Chairman, sir, Dr. K.K. Bora, sir, Co-Chairman Dr. Reddy, the co-chair, and dear delegates. The topic of my presentation is exchange of genetic resources. It will not include the research data or achievements, but to get certain achievements, we need germplasm. And to get germplasm, there are some procedures, some forms, some rules that are to be taken care of. So NPPGR is the only nodal organization in our country that deals with the exchange of plant genetic resources for research purposes only. For commercial purpose, we have an office for Government of India at Hyderabad, but only for research purposes, NPPGR deals with exchange of PGR. NPPGR deals with mainly import of genetic resources and export of genetic resources and domestic.
It is not visible.
Am I audible? My voice?
So voice is audible, but the PPT is not shared.
What I see that if you have any questions related to Dr. Krishna Reddy's lecture, if you have something to have any questions, please raise any one or two questions if it is there. Before to be going, yeah, please, Dr. Sir. Mic on kariye, Dr. Sir.
See, in Okra you have OLCV and YVMV. But in certain areas only OLCV will express, and certain areas YVM will express, in certain areas both will express. What is its, what is the...
that is what I mentioned in the, it is not expression, one is not expressing other. It is the temperature, based on temperature, one virus only can do two functions. It can show yellow-bean symptoms under certain temperature. Under certain temperature, it can show venation leaf curl. So don't go by symptom. Symptom is the environment and genotypic interaction.
But in Villupuram, both the symptoms are expressed at one place.
Same, sir, that is what I am saying. If you grow one line, I will give one example in Guntur.
Guntur it is there.
If you grow line, if you see June, July, August period where rain and humidity is there, you will get more of yellow-bean symptom. When August temperature is increased, then again you will see enations. Yellow-bean disappears on the same plant.
Sir, in previous years you were also talking about petiole bending viruses, but today you have not spoken about that. So is there any update on that?
See, petiole bending is a symptom, it is not a virus. A petiole bending, in presence of beta satellites, it will show the petiole bending depending on the beta satellite. So it is not a separate virus. It is there with the venation leaf curl, you will find more common, but sometimes you get even with yellow-bean symptom.
Yes, sir. So, coming to the next question, the same what Dr. Deshpande sir and Dr. Mukesh sir asked to you, sir. That 5 area what you mentioned regarding that screening, we have to do that. So do we have any specific time sowing window for that, and what are the areas where you want to recommend for us to have that sowing for screening?
See, those areas, see, Guntur, you know, everybody knows you are doing now in the Guntur. It is sowing window, you know very well. Similarly, Surat in Gujarat, that area is one. In Haryana, Punjab, Haryana, Sonipat or Karnal is one area, or even Punjab, Ludhiana. The another is West Bengal. See, these regions are based on geography and environment. See, for Okra, you need to see, one is high temperature, high humidity, low temperature, high humidity, and low humidity and high temperature. These are the regions where this performance will vary.
Okay, and yeah, please.
One question. Myself, Mohan. Sir, have you observed any apparent resistance for whiteflies?
Okra, sorry, we have not done that part of work. Definitely there will be some difference in the whitefly preference. We have done in case of chili leaf curl, wherein some lines, the preference of, this is the current research now even in virus. Volatile expression, certain volatiles are associated with the plant species. If there are certain volatiles, the whitefly is not attracted. It is there very much in cotton, same malvaceous host. I hope that cotton, the okra also it has, but nobody has done that. That is the area where we need to work also.
So only one question for me on one side. You have any question?
Yes, sir.
Please go ahead.
So this is Krishna from Namdar Seeds. Do you also see any temperature role for alpha and beta satellites?
Yeah, that is depending on the whitefly and the alpha satellite. The alpha expression is not that much related to the symptom severity, but definitely it is there for beta satellite.
Thank you, sir.
But one thing you have to just say that agro-inoculation screening, whether you can again that is in restriction if you go for agro-inoculation, the screening of the viruses particularly. So now they have government also the ban for that particularly.
That is what I mentioned.
Yeah.
Agro-inoculation is the last
Resort.
We should not use agro-inoculation for
Screening purpose. Basically, my personal view and my experience is that nature it is spread by whitefly. If you use whitefly is the best. Agro-inoculation is unnatural way. Even the field level tolerance which is there, it will break. So you will be losing even the performance of the line. If you want anybody, see, I have a resistance very well there. I want to prove that it is the D-resistant, then use for screening that type of line, not for every line screening.
Excuse me, sir.
Yeah.
I have a question, sir.
You have one question?
Yes, I am Mahesh from East West Seeds. Earlier you mentioned that same virus can show both the symptom YVMA and ELCV based on the temperature. And I just want to know whether the YVMA alone can show both the symptoms based on the temperature, or even ELCV can also show both the symptom. Both the viruses are equally capable, or only one can do the dual role? Because sir, we see that in South India, both the viruses occur in South Indian locations. By and large, in North Indian hotspots, we see only ELCV. I just wanted to know whether ELCV can also show both the symptoms.
I mentioned in the beginning that both can do same, both can show some symptoms. But one caution to be made, the symptom also is associated with the beta satellite. Along with the beta satellite only you will get both the symptoms.
Okay, thank you. Now we have to resume our presentations again. So Dr. Yadav, please go ahead.
Yeah, start.
Yeah.
Not
When start, it is not display.
Again it is.
So you just dealing from the online. I think there is a problem with the online system. It's okay? Okay, go ahead, please.
Yeah,
please.
Sorry for that. So, as you know, ATPBR deals with introduction and distribution of plant and genetic resources.
That's why it is getting only up.
It will come like that only because they will change that.
You start आप बताएं करते रहो.
आप एक काम करिए, प्लीज गो डीलिंग करिए ऑनलाइन से, फिर स्टार्ट करिए. और फिजिकल प्रेजेंस इज ओके, दोज आर देयर फिजिकल प्रेजेंस, एटलीस्ट वी कैन सी दिस वन.
Okay. Import of the plant for research purposes. As we know, under provisions of Plant Quarantine Act 2003 and Government of India instructions, we are supposed to import genetic resources for different purposes, and we need two requirements. One is import permit and one is phytosanitary certificate. This is import permit. Import permit is applied in PQ08 form and it is available on ATPBR website. Nowadays, it can be directly sent online also. This 2-page form with complete information. And this is PQ09. After import permit is generated and signed by Director ATPBR, this import permit in triplicate is being sent to the intender. 2 copies are sent outside from the source of country from where the data is to be introduced. 1 copy is retained with the inventor's office record. Import permit is issued as per PQ Order 2003. There are certain restrictions regarding viruses and insects which are found in different crops, these are crop waste, and after getting the clearance from Plant Quarantine Division, we are supposed to import from that particular country that particular crop. The validity of import permit is for 6 months only,
and after 6 months it can be revalidated for next 6 months. Import permit requires a certain amount of fees for public and private sector separately. And to revalidate the import permit, rupees 50 and 75 are again required to revalidate for public and private sector. Now, phytosanitary certificate issued by the official agency of the donor country, from where we want to import the material. And from India, if you want to export the seeds, then that NAPBR is supposed to certify that phytosanitary certificate to send outside. Issuance of import permit for transgenics. For transgenics, DPT and Ministry of Environment and Forest, they are supposed to clear the cases and they deal case-to-case basis. And RCGM, this review committee for genetic modified crops and Department of Biotechnology, the inventor applies in their format by entering their website, and after clearance from DBT, RCGM and MOEF, then the same procedure again starts at NAPBR along with the clearance from these departments. Import permit is applied to direct NAPBR with the same rules and regulations. Then it should be ensured that all the consignments must be addressed to direct NAPBR for all purposes. Sometimes the consignment reaches to the inventor, maybe public or private. Then the unopened packet should reach to direct NAPBR after proper quarantine for different insect pest, disease, inert matter and like that. Then it comes to General Exchange Unit, there EC number is assigned. Then only the consignment is supposed to distribute to the concerned inventor. Now, custom clearance. For custom clearance, the imported consignment must be accompanied with the import permit and phytosanitary certificate. IP is being generated from India, NAPBR, and PC is being generated from the source country or donor country from where the germplasm is to be supplied. Both these documents should accompany the seed packet or seed material for clearance at customs. And it should be addressed to direct NAPBR, this I have already explained. Then the supplier of germplasm should be requested to inform direct NAPBR by fax or email regarding the airway bill, date of shipment, custom value and invoice copy. After all this information, then only NAPBR is allowed to receive the germplasm immediately and get the EC numbers, exotic collection numbers on the material and immediately disperse to the concerned inventor. All the imported germplasm is examined for associated pests by precisely plant pest detection, incubation, ELISA growing in QGHS, etc. Then a healthy material released from plant quarantine division is allotted EC numbers or ET numbers. ET are exotic trial numbers by the General Exchange Division. The inventor is informed to pay the prescribed quarantine fee in the form of DD, which is sent to direct NAPBR. This is the quantity of germplasm that can be imported. For large seeded crops, maximum 1 kg per accession can be imported. For small seeded crops, maximum 200 gram of germplasm per accession is allowed to import. Then for vegetative propagules, 25 number of rooted cuttings of plants or samples per accession are allowed, and for number of other vegetative propagules per sample, 50 is the maximum limit. Okay, this is the information maintained in the database of all the accessions that are introduced from abroad. Like IP number, PC number are very important. Then source country, any specific trade that is accompanied with that accession, country of origin, any disease or insect or pest is accompanied or associated with that crop. These are the fee and service charges that are deposited to NAPBR. For example, for import permit, For public it is 236 rupees and for private it is 531 including GST. And for revalidation it is 50 and 75. For transgenics it is little higher, 413 rupees and 826 for private sector. Then handling and cargo charges are 2,000 and 4,000 respectively. Quarantine processing, when the material reaches to NPPGR after custom clearance, these are the quarantine processing charges for non-transgenics, for transgenics and then vegetatively propagated material. Now, export is another main activity of NPPGR under ICAR, and it is the scenario before 93, how we do export the material, and after 1993, when this PIC and MLE came into existence, then after 2004, the International Treaty on Plant Genetic Resources for Food and Agriculture came into existence in 2004. After that, the total scenario changed for import and export. And we are also signatory to that. India has been one of the signatories, and the total scenario changed in this. Biological Diversity Act 2002, it came into existence and CBD entered into force on 29 December 93. After that, sovereign rights of the states over their biological resources were reaffirmed. Then India, being signatory to that bill, introduced it in the parliament and it came into existence on 5th February 2003, and it is known as Biological Diversity Act BDA 2002, 18 of 2003. These are the different sections and acts of BDA 2002 which are to be taken care before export of any genetic resources. Then these are the different sections, definitions which are to be taken care. Biological resources का meaning क्या है? Then biosurvey and bioutilization, how we should deal with these terms. These are all mentioned in BDA 2002. Regulation of access to biological diversity, it is continued. Then export of germplasm for research. After all this BDA 2002 and BDR 2004, we are supposed to export the genetic resources for research purposes to outside under 4 categories. Category 1 is export of the crops which are under CG centers. Then category 2, export under collaborative research projects. Category number 3, export under non-collaborative research projects. These are the procedures. Then this is the incentive germplasm from NPPGR. Only 2 things are required. One is material transfer agreement and one is Z0 form for public sector, and for private sector 2 more papers are required. One is DSIR certificate, Department of Scientific and Industrial Research, everyone knows it, and second is undertaking of section 3.2 of BDA 2002 on rupees 50 stamp paper. These are the terms and conditions which are covered under MTA. Note that the material should not be shared with other partners without the prior permission of NPPGR and or NPA changing, whichever the case may be. This is the format of MTA, 5 pages, and this is Z01. These 2 forms are mandatory requirement for indenting any germplasm from NPPGR or through NPPGR. NPR caters the needs of supplying the germplasm from its gene bank and 10 regional stations along with the national active germplasm sites throughout the country. This is the form to deposit the seed in the national gene bank at NPPGR. This is 2-page form to be filled and sent to NPPGR. These are the 10 regional stations working.
That's a quick list.
These are the websites. Thank you very much.
So thank you, Dr. Sir. Thank you very much because you can also share the informations to the participants because there is required for all the people. Yes. So we'll discuss in between the lunch time any programs or any problems you find. So you can discuss with Dr. Jadhav sir. So thank you, Dr. Sir, very much. I have a nice presentations. I will have a last. Then we go for the last presentation by Dr. Mamta Pathak. She will be in the She is the principal scientist and olericulturist at the Department of Vegetable Crops in Ludhiana, PA Ludhiana. So I think she is also working in different crops, like me in Bittergourd also she worked, also in work in the okra, and also now we also handling the interspecific crossing programs in the okra itself, in the different projects in the PA Ludhiana. It is center of this particular for the interspecific hydrations in okra itself. I think also she is working in this virus resistance in okra. So I think, Madam, please present your topic, that is the exploitations of wild species of okra against yellow and mosaic virus disease, which is a very important topic. So please go ahead, Madam. Anybody is here? Presentation.
My talk, the use of the wild species for transferring YBM resistance in okra. Particularly, I am presenting my work here, particularly on the screening of the wild species. And as Dr. Joseph has mentioned, yes, I collected the material from regional stations Vichu, and also I am thankful to the ATPBR New Delhi I collected the material from this place also, which I am utilizing.
Excuse me, can you make these things full
Yeah, please. 1 second. No, बंद कर दिया. Please go with the earlier one, what you have already done, no? So don't go for the full view and other things. It's okay, we have to complete. Yeah, it's okay. It's okay, go ahead, please. Please. Yeah, it's working.
So as we all know that okra is an often cross-pollinated crop belonging to family Malvaceae, and actually this all has been discussed a lot. All the parts of the okra, they can be used like green roots we use for the vegetable purpose, and its root and stem, it's also usable for the cleaning of the juice, and it is having high nutritional value. And as discussed in the earlier lecture, that mucilage actually maybe we are trying to develop the lines having less mucilage, but in some parts the high mucilage is also desirable. The main bottlenecks which are affecting the okra production, it is YTMB and okra initial leaf curl virus. So it is transmitted by the all as that losses which depends upon the environmental conditions, and also it depends at what stage the disease appears in the crop. Because if it affects the plant at the earlier stages, the losses are more, and if there is the appearance or the attack of the disease at the later stages, then the losses are less. So it means the plant is having the tolerance against YBMB, it is affecting at the late stages, and hot and humid weather, it is preferred by the whitefly for the transmission of the disease. These are the symptoms of YBMB. We already explained that it is also dependent on the temperature. These are some of the photographs of the white species which we are having at PAU, and we are using them. So for the observations, for recording of the observations, generally these are started from 20 days when the plant is 20 days old, and these are recorded up to 90 days after the sowing of the plant, and these different parameters are recorded, that is the severity grade, response value, then coefficient of infection, and then according to the coefficient of infection value, different type of the reactions are assigned to different lines. These are all calculations which are done to calculate the different parameters. Actually, I missed one slide, I think, in which I have mentioned different species which I collected from ATPBR New Delhi and from the regional station, ATPBR regional station, issued from Dr. Joseph John. And all these species which I collected, we used to screen against YBMB, and this is the method which was adopted. Generally, the one entry is sown in one entry is sown in the pot on the sides of the pot, and in the center, the susceptible, the seeds of the susceptible line, they are sown, and so that there should not be any escape, and it is covered with mass inoculation method was adopted. This is for the artificial screening, and the virulent whiteflies are collected and they are spread on the plants which needs to be tested. These are the different symptoms according to, like, if there is no disease, if it is symptomless, then 0 scale is assigned, and accordingly, depending on the symptoms, the different scales are assigned 1, 3, 5. This is the data that the lines which are screened, there are different sections of the analysis, hospitals and analysis, and here check is Pusa, and one of our release variety in the Padini, it is now at present it becomes susceptible to YBMB, and the data was recorded at different days, at 15 days, 30 days, 45 days, and 60 days, and 90 days, and accordingly, depending on the CI value, the different directions are assigned, and out of these, I think 2 lines, they came out to be highly resistant one. Again, there are the number of other lines, and this is the data based on the 2-year screening. That is under the artificial conditions only. Here again, 2 lines that, but these belongs to hibiscus, and these are not at all possible. I tried a lot, but I couldn't find any success in this. These came out to be highly resistant. This is the material which we received from NBBGR New Delhi. The lines here with the EC numbers, these are the mosquitoes accessions. And actually, there's a lot of 88 lines, and out of these, only these 15 lines we found resistant for the YBMB. So again, these lines against YVMB under the artificial conditions. They were again tested with the specific primers. These are the photographs for the some of the resistant clients, the white species. So we were again tested with the help of the Vivovirus specific primers. And one thing is important to mention here, like if it is mentioned that one line that is particular Ebelmoscus mosquito succession, it is not always true that when we check those, that if I am having the 8 plants of that line or 10 plants of that line, that they all come out to be resistant ones. We need to screen them individually on the basis of individual plant basis. We did like that, and it is seen that in some of the plants, if they performed like some of the plants they knocked out at the level of the artificial screening, and then we moved only with the plants which were found to be resistant ones. And again, we tested those plants, and the plants which had shown negative reaction, only with those we started our next breeding program. So then some of the plants they have also shown a positive reaction also. It is very difficult to synchronize the time of flowering of the white species as well as of the cultivated in case of okra, because in case of cultivated species the flowering time is it's a summer crop, it is the rainy season or the summer months, but in case of the white species usually the flowering it came out to be in the winter months. So actually I am thankful to our director sir, Dr. Heard, that he provided me this facility. It's a polynet house, so I started my work in the interspecific hybridization work here. So with the whatever the space is available with me, I started my work here, and here we used to grow the cultivated species, that is Ebelmoscus esculentus, under the covered conditions, under the controlled conditions, and of course there is no problem for the flowering of the white species. So here we used to attend diagnosis. So this is a brief, I just want to explain that it is very difficult. Someone has asked that because there is variation in the chromosome number, so there is the different, it is difficult to have the crossing. Yes, it is difficult. There are the fertility issues. Very less number of the seeds are produced. When we cross the different wild species, it is not always even true that the both way crosses are successful. So we have to test. Generally, I got the success when I used the cultivated esculentus as the female parent and the wild as the male parent. And these are some of the pictures of the F1s which we produced. This is little cytological work we also have started in case of this okra. Just for the one species we just tried it, and for the Punjab Padmini, this is the esculentus in this the chromosome number we found 130, and it is not visible in tuberculosis also, it is 138, and for this F1 the chromosome number it is somewhere between 130 to 136. Actually, Sir has suggested that psychological work should also be done, so we started it, sir. This is all, sir. Thank you.
So, thank you. Dr. Mamta, thank you very much. I think it is a good presentation. So, a very short time, we finished all the things. So, okay, Dr. Mamta will take the questions in the because we are already late. So, already we have taken 30 minutes this one. So, in the meantime, the lunch you can discuss with the things. So, thank you very much. It's a wonderful presentations, and you understand. Just 1 second, just to have 1 or 2 sentences with this particular aspect, and I'll conclude within 2 minutes only. So this is a very good session, and if you have something, okay. So there's a good session, but many of the things we as a germplasm conservator or curator or the breeder, we must have to think of many things in this particular aspect. Particularly the genotypes are what we are evaluating in this particular aspect to the okra is very, very important with respect to different traits. The traits mentioned by the different breeders, also the private company, I have seen there are a lot of the different type of lines are coming up in the way. The Radhika and other company and other hybrids are coming in the long way. But only thing is that what I mean to say, the plant architecture is very, very important. The dwarf, semi-dwarf or tall, whatever you have, we have discussed many in this way. But another important thing is that the habit of clustering behavior is very, very important. That Dr. O.P. Datta has also mentioned that how to go for the clustering habit, because harvesting is difficult in case of okra. I am seeing in the farmers itself, after 7 to 8 or 10 harvests, they just go for plowing the crops. Then I ask why it is so. He's saying who will harvest the crops by the hand. It is hard to picking up this one. So if you have a trait specific lines which is easy to pick, please go this one, as your private breeders are all are there. But easy to pick if it is there, definitely, because even if we are giving the gloves, the farmers will not take up the gloves. वो ग्लोब का नहीं चाहते हैं कि हम हाथ में पिकिंग करके अपना इट करते हैं. So my point is that you have to, what are the varieties or hybrids you are developing? If you are going for the easy to pick the crop, because there's very mucilage coming and the hand is really in devastation conditions. So please take up that type of things when you go for breed or to evaluate germplasms in this one. Harvesting through the mechanical harvest, if you are clustering in the top with the dwarf types, if you have some lines or some varieties or hybrids, we can have a cluster in the top and go for picking in the mechanical way. I think that also be a benefit to the farmers itself. So these are the things, and then we have an export-oriented crops. I think hardly 10% of the vegetables of the okra. When you go for screening we screen in the Varanasi airport. Out of 100 kg, we got only 20 to 30 kg for the export, and other things we are going to the domestic market. So if you have a certain type of variety which is exclusively for the export, please, or hybrids you have, definitely we have to go for looking on this particular aspect with respect to genotype is concerned. So these things are there as mentioned by Dr. Renal. I think you have mentioned about this main thing in the molecular breeding aspect in okra. It is very, very difficult to go for this type of polyploid in nature in the crops. So definitely we are having a lot of other methods, not markers are developed, but again we have to go for as a sequence, at least some of the species you can sequence, then only you can have an idea that how you can go for this one. But as the size of the genome is very large, as you mentioned 1.4 kb, so that's why it has a lot of problems. But he also given some of the solutions regard to the KMR and other things, and with respect to association with the traits. So with respect to the GBS and GWAS, that also we can try. We can try in a different other way to develop the markers, and that is also we can also use for this particular aspect in the genomic breeding is concerned. We are really very less information in the genomic resources concerned. Genetic resources we are wonderful. We started from 1960-61 the breeding programs. All the genetic resources, we have a lot of works done by the different people in the interspecific crosses. Another important is that anti-nutrient factors. Whatever we are going for the interspecific crosses, we have to see the anti-nutrient factor first. I mentioned with Dr. O.P. Datta sir, he told there is a lot of phenolics are there, but there is a lot of other problems also come in the oxalics. So if that is the case, definitely again we are again doing the way of differentiating the breeding in the different way. So please. And then nutrition is very important, so we have to also isolate the genotypes or the germplasms with respect to different one. We have a white to red and red to pink and the purple, different type of color combinations you are getting. But only thing is that how best we are going for the nutrition profile of this type of varieties of the lines. So as a breeder, if you consider the whole things in the consideration, definitely you will also see the anti-nutrient factor, the anti-allergic factors also to the human body when you touch, how much it is having the sensitive to your hand is very, very important. So please, when you go for this type of things, I think we can do the wonderful things in the future. Thank you very much to Dr. Tiku Saab and Dr. Tomar Saab. He has invited me for this particular in this chairing, and also my co-chair, also my senior is in the sense in the work where she did it. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much. And Dr. Suman is also taking the rapporteur. I think he will put in the proceedings in the way. Thank you very much. I am taking a lot of time here.
Okay, thank you very much, sir, for your remarks as the chairman of the session. Now it's time to felicitate the speakers of the session. So I would like to request the chairman and the co-chairman, sir, to kindly come forward. The first, Dr. Roland. I would like to call upon Dr. Roland to kindly come to the dais. Sir, you please. Chairman and the co-chairman, sir, please come forward. Yeah. Please. Now I would like to request Chairman, sir, to felicitate Dr. Krishna Reddy, sir, the second speaker of the session. Thank you, sir. Now it's time, Dr. S.K. Yadav, sir, from NBPGR. Is he here? S.K. Yadav, sir, the third speaker. Two were online, and these were the offline speakers. I would like to call Dr. Mamta Pathak, the next and the last speaker of the session. Thank you very much, sir. Now it's time to honor the chairman and the co-chairman of the session. I would like to request Dr. B.S. Tomar, sir, to felicitate the esteemed chairman and the co-chairman of the session. Dr. T.K. Behra, sir, the chairman. Thank you, sir. Thank you, everyone. And now we break for lunch. After lunch, we will assemble here at 2:30. Yeah. One more announcement, please.
1 minute. Now we are already at 2 o'clock. So we will take 45 minutes break. I request all the delegates to reassemble in the hall at 2:45 sharp, so that we can compensate the times which we have extra used. Secondly, I appeal to all the rapporteurs to prepare the recommendations so that it can be typed and made available tomorrow for plenary session.
Starting the fifth session of this meet, and I would like to request the chairman of the session, Dr. A.S. Dhatt, the co-chair, Mr. Sri Sal, and the rapporteur, Dr. Krishna Prasad, to kindly come on the dais and take your seats, occupy your seats. Mr. Venugopal? Mr. Venugopal? So we have two eminent scientists as the chair and the co-chair of this session. This session consists of 5 presentations. First by Dr. R.K. Yadav. The second one by Dr. Abe. He will be joining online from South Africa. The third presentation is by Dr. M. Pichai Muthu. The fourth one by Professor Ihab from Egypt. And the last one is from Dr. Sanjit Kumar. So these are the 5 presentations. and then we will have the discussion. So now I request the chairman of the session, Dr. Dhatt, to kindly start the proceedings of the session. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm very thankful to the organizers that they have given me this opportunity to chair a session on okra breeding. In fact, in previous session, we have discussed about the germplasm resources, utilization of wild species, development of new recombinations using the wild species. Now the session is that how this germplasm can be utilized for the improvement of okra. In fact, big challenges are there in okra improvement due to its polyploid in nature and its adaptability, sensitivity to different biotic and abiotic stresses. I hope in this session some of these will be addressed. So in this session we have 5 speakers. With me, Dr. Sharish Hadpar is with me from Indo-American Hybrid Seeds. I am lucky that he is co-chairing with me. And the report here is Dr. Krishan Prasad, my old friend, and Mr. Vinu Gopal, Principal Breeder, Advanta. Would you like to say something?
Yeah, no problem.
So, okay, then we will start.
And only time?
The time is 20 minutes total, 15 minutes for presentation and 5 minutes for queries, question answers. So, let's begin with, I will request Dr. Ramesh Kumar Yadav. Dr. Yadav is a principal scientist in Division of Vegetable Science at IARI, New Delhi. He is a pioneer breeder and developed more than 13 varieties in okra, tomato and some other crops and published more than 75 research papers in different journals of repute. So now I request Dr. Yadav to start his presentation.
बटन डाउन है चलेगा
Why is it audible? Yes. So I good afternoon to everyone and respected chair, co-chair, reporters. I'm presenting the okra breeding. Most of the things, many things have been covered so far, so I will not go to those points. So I will try to escape those points which have been already discussed here. So only few points what are relevant to this okra improvement program and what has not been covered so far. I will try to tell only those points. So okra, that we know that is a very important crop from all kind of view, that it is everybody has told that a lot okra coverage is there in our country and we are the maximum producer exporter. So export data is many times not available. Exact data we are not getting how much okra is exported and what is the foreign exchange we are getting from that one. And here the many things I have told about okra. The most important things I find that two principal components are there, like iodine content, which are not very common in other vegetables. So this we have to harness that how we can quantify and utilize all the germplasm maybe, and we can screen the germplasm and identify what are the maybe of the this iodine content is there in okra. So because this already we are using iodine in or as a fortified salt, so we can have a replacement of that or not. That we have to think, and we have to. I have seen that several papers. So we did not find much work on this aspect, and only I have seen that 10 to 15 ppm okra contains this iodine. So about daily requirement is around 440 microgram per person. So that amount, how we can make from this okra. So one that will be very big challenge and big work if we can do that one. That we can replace the iodine in the salt by okra. That will be a great service to the nation. Another thing is mucilage, which is many things are important from this point. The mucilage are also very important because many times we need less mucilage, but mucilage other industrial uses are there, pharmaceutical uses are there. That is very good scope for mucilage. In many countries, this is huge in pharma, this RBC extension of this number of the RBC can increase in the other one. And tablet binders are also used. So there are scopes, many friction pipes, and some of the commercial uses, we know that the cleaning of sugarcane juice, etc. this is used. So there is another important part this okra mucilage. Another things we know that is treated in all the types of cropping system. So another is this okra biology, everybody know that, but it has got a very good quality that breeding point of view it has very less in breeding depression. So that is very important for okra point of view. Another thing is this breeding aspect, we see that mostly conventional breeding has been done in okra, and some of the work has been done on special techniques like mutation and molecular system. Only the molecular system has not been so well established or well studied in okra because there are several problems are there, and that has been told by several speakers. So in the last, when I discuss that portion, I will try to speak there. So here a lot of objectives have been set by the okra, but plant type, plant architecture is very important from my point of view, that you see that one segment of the dwarf okra has changed whole the market. So that earlier was a tall segment was very common. So that is the same type, now the scope is there for this protect application. So the new segment we have to search for protect application, new segment we have to search for this mechanical harvesting. So there are segments are there, they become the future. Mechanical harvesting will come. So another segment type we have to search. Then for the protect cultivation, then future will come, and we have to search more crop for the protect cultivation. Then okra may be one of the crop, and I have seen that in slides some people are growing okra white and okra in protect cultivation. The cows are coming out what more. So that segment is also very important from this okra, that we should change the plant this architecture. So these are major, and another thing quality point of view that we have to know that some of the other quality parameters have come in the market, like high into which okra has come. So we have to estimate how much after consumption, this boiling or cooking, how much this silent available there. So that aspect we have to study there. But at least from the normal okra we will get a high quantity. We have estimated the anthocyanin content in some of the varieties. So we have got that from 65 ppm to 200 ppm content of this anthocyanin was available in this colored okra, purple okra. So maximum 200 ppm we have got, and average around 30 or 40 ppm we are getting most of the vegetable types. And next, these are the institutions have worked in the okra, and we know that most of the IARI started pioneer work, then HU, then this ICAR, then Punjab, and some other IAPBR. So many places the okra work has been done, and you could have used a lot of genotypes and developed a lot of variety, and many have got a commercial scale. And very good variety is still popular because of their wider adaptability. In some of the other seasons when the virus is less, that season normal variety, the old variety also performing very well. So the demand is there for old variety also as well as new variety. So here the key milestone, we have told that our this Dr. Hargun Singh includes a lot of variety, that he has a very good role in introducing not only in the okra, but other crops also he introduced a lot of variety. And because at the beginning there was no other method of breeding, no institutions was not there. So that was the only scope and aspect that they have applied that and the variety is still popular in many places, and thus some of the wild species which they have introduced, they have been utilized by many workers. So that the conclusion of this one. And this NASC has a lot of variety. Especially the Pusa center of NASC, if you go and visit, then you find a lot of variety they have having in their system. So they are having good variety. And this pure rice system was also very popular, and a lot of variety has been developed through this one. This Pusa Makuli, you know, that a very popular variety. And other institutions also have developed a lot of variety using this pure rice system. Then hybridization was very common in Okra. The Pusa was one of the examples that hybridization. And later on, we have tried here that large number of variety has been developed. And actually we have developed this Pusa and ICAR variety by using the hybridization program. And they have become very popular also. So here on one side I would like to see that currently we have developed one Okra that is Pusa 25. So that has become a very popular variety, and we have given to many companies also. We have developed new system with licensing. Earlier the system was not available, so there was a problem with the transfer of the material from public sector to private sector. So we have tried to develop this, especially this old system. The one-time licensing we have put there. Thereafter there will be no royalty, etc. So that will be a new system, and it will be popularized and adopted by others. That will become a common system for others also. And you see the public sector also, this NASC, we have applied the development of the population of this variety. So we have not kept this variety with us only. We have tried to give this to anybody. So public sector, private sector. So you can see this whole variety, this quintals also we have started producing. So it is good that the variety is good, then they can go. And we have licensed this material with some of the company also. So, and here the picture of the farm and how they have popularized this one. And this international organization has been a very common method, and lot of variety there. But still many of these species are there that is Damascus many heart have not been so far in it. So I will try to apply this Damascus many heart, because I have seen that from last 10 years that this has got a very good level of the resistance to many, if not the hairiness, this genotype. So lot of only the prosperity is very poor as compared to other one. So we are trying to this one, and we have come to the grassroots level, and data files also we are utilizing, and the rest of the things have been utilized by other workers also. And here you see that they have utilized this master's many art. Though every master many art, as of now we are not having this genotype. This specific not having. We are searching this. We are trying to take from the other country like Japan that is a little similar. But in India, we have lost this material. That material was very good material, and masters many art, but it was utilized for many Kranti. And here another thing variety, this ICAR, they utilize every master tetraphiles. So tetraphiles we are also utilizing, and so development, my development of the variety at some stage this one upon I have reached that level. And that variety, and you can see another source, master's carry. That is another source which I not been applied so far, only the Kerala which I they have applied. This master's carry, and also some of the very important so vitamin resistance is there. Heterosis building has been applied widely by most of the public sector. The private sector applied this heterosis building and development of manual investigation complex system. And this to overcome this problem, some of the work has been done by Dr. Datta, the genetic strategy. But because this genome system is there, so there is we have to identify the next child and well fertile. So that was the low marker marker. So this system has been licensed by many companies, but they have developed one one hybrids. So we have to see the scope of this one also. And a lot of private sector has developed some of the hybrids have become very popular, and some of the things that I have mentioned here. And here mutation building was another Okra, this development of some variety. This can be used for development of other trade also for in Okra building.
And this polypeptide this part of the interspecific hybridization, this when we are getting a slide on, then we are trying to increase the probability to make it fertile. So that is a common practice and not a material in this one. So here the interspecific giving like Okra, export quality, this is why remote viruses are very common. That is
3 minutes more to finish.
ELCD. Then some other viruses are also reported by somewhere that tobacco, steel viruses are coming some places. So that we have to confirm that how they are going to affect. Then it's a fruit quality processing. There is demand for that one. We will go that far. So breeding for pest resistance. This biological approaches that we are not testing much, but only whatever the reference we can get. That most of the markers maybe before they are having for this polymorphism study only. So whatever markers, so what to genome sequencing and plant sequencing of this Okra is essential. Once it is sequenced, then only we will get a lot of genes maybe in the whole genome system. So that way this will be used to tissue culture on the method has also not been much number of much. Because in tissue culture, this university, we are not specialized so far. We are trying to specialize. We are trying to apply the experience on our institute that they will do some work on the regular school, so they will study about Okra, etc. Here the challenge in the Okra breeding, we find that the delivery resistance is not available, that we know that one. And these barriers are there, these growth and rehydration barriers that are not taking place. So we have to try to develop some breeding species also. There is scope for breeding species, like in chili, lot of breeding species are available. In Okra, we have to search for. I am also trying to search some breeding species so that because every maskers many have this status is not easy possible with cultivated time. So here the role of the breeding species will be there. I will try to use some of the other species so that future can use the breeding species. So that limitation we can take care. And biotechnological challenges are there, and this effective this seed production method is required. Because the genome system we have not utilized in Okra so far. CG was cytoplasmic genetic study is required. So there is need for that type of study system. So we can is the hybrid seed production of the Okra. So here are some way forward point we have mentioned that still we have scope for the use of the novel sources like in Moscow's not. I am thinking that one. Gene pyramiding we can do there. And then once these all these things are CRISPR-Cas or technology has come, we can apply this technology in the future. There is a scope in the future. So we import that zygotic various, I have already told that. And biotechnological utilizations because the genome size is very large and many people have told that this is a risk. And another thing, the challenge that personal process. All these things I have tried to cover here. Thank you very much. And all the it's not my director, and my students and all the staff are their head and operation in my work. And thank you all for taking me.
Thank you, Dr. Yadav. You have rewinded the history of Okra breeding and the challenges to face in the near future. So, any two questions from the audience? I think the presentation was very much clear. We understood very well.
Sir, one question. Myself, Mohan Kumar. Sir, you mentioned about CGMS in Okra. So, do you see some sources and what's the possibility to make it a reality? How do we?
Interesting hybridization, we are trying to search that type of genotypes, whether we are getting this system or not. That is one challenge for everyone, for everyone, that we should search for this situation system. If we go for a wide hybridization, there is chances for getting up this type of genotypes.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else, please? Thank you, Dr. Yadav. So now our next speaker is Dr. Abashego Girano. He will talk on variability and agronomic traits association of okra genotypes in South Africa. Dr. Girano is a professor in Agriculture Research Council of Vegetables, Industrial and Medicinal Plants. He is working on indigenous and underutilized crops. That includes okra also, beside other crops of that region. So he will present his talk online. So may I request to help him in joining. So he has published more than 100 scientific publications in different journals of repute. So please, Dr. Abashego Girano, please deliver his talk on variability of agronomic trait association of okra.
Dr. Abe, can you hear us? Hello?
Hello, Doctor.
Is he online? Dr. Abe, if you could hear us,
can you hear me?
You can start your presentation.
Can you see my presentation? Can you see? You can see this.
You can increase your volume and be a little louder.
Good afternoon, good evening. First of all, I would like to thank the organizing committee to give us this opportunity to present my research.
Your voice is not clear, Dr. Abe. Hello?
My title of presentation is Variability in Agronomic Trait Associations of Genotypes in South Africa.
Hello? If you
is a member of the family Malvaceae,
hello, sorry, are you on the speaker mode, Dr. Abe?
In Ethiopia, here, you can see, is a beneficial vegetable in crops that has found valuable use as food, pepper, medicine, and oil. It is a heat tolerant vegetable crop with high economic and nutritional importance. Currently, the crop is grown as a popular vegetable as the tropical and subtropical regions of the world, and it is grown on about 2 million hectares, producing almost 10 million tons of
audience?
worldwide. The largest producer of okra is India, followed by Nigeria.
Dr. Abe.
This is the top 10 okra producing countries, as you can see on the map. The Western Africa, you can see Nigeria, Cameroon, Togo, Ghana, and Benin. And in North Africa, Egypt, in Western Africa, Sudan, Indonesia, India, Pakistan, and Iraq. It is a traditional vegetable crop with considerable area under cultivation in Western Africa and Southern Asia, with huge socio-economic potential in southern part of the country.
Dr. Abe, please.
Hello?
Hello? Yeah, good.
Hello?
Can you hear me? Yes.
Yeah, your voice is not clear.
Yes, okay. I think it's a network.
Are you on the speaker mode?
Africa.
Hello, Dr. Are you on the speaker mode?
Cultivated as a vegetable crop, and the leaves, birds, and flowers are often
It's okay now, I think, yeah.
The fruits may be dried, stored, and powdered for use in soups with the dry season when fresh fruits are scarce. The immature fruits are used as boiled or fried vegetable. The mucilage can be used for thickening of the soups and stews. The mature seeds also can be used as edible oil and can be used for biodiesel production. Industrially, okra mucilage is used to glass papers and also useful in confectionery among other uses as bioabsorbent. It is upright annual herbaceous plant with perfect flowers, male and female on a plant. The roots and stems are used for preparation of sugar. The flowers can be also used as ornamental plants. The The leaves and seeds are considered as valuable traditional medicine. Mature fruits and stems are used in paper industry. These are some of the importance of okra regarding the health benefits. So the crop okra cooked in a variety of ways. You can see it can be cooked as okra pot stew, fried with onion, tomato and green chilies, pickled okra pots with baby corn and beans, and fried food, and also oil can be extracted as added value in the seeds of okra. It can be grown in a wide range of agroecological zones in different parts of the country in the world. So the genetic diversity of the crop has been reported in Sub-Saharan Africa and Asia. The variability is due to environmental variation, genetic variation, mutation, gene migration, segregation, crossover during meiosis, and recombinations. A good understanding of genetic variability is the different characters of okra would be a useful tool for the genetic improvement of the crop. This will enhance the identification of useful genes and their behavior and aid in hybridization programs. So the aim of the breeding of okra are cultivars with improved pod quality and yield stability, resistance to biotic and biotic stresses, and exploiting nitrogens for hybrid development. The production of okra and its productivity is negatively affected because of the use of low yielding and local land races, pest and diseases, change of climate, lack of funds, cost of inputs, and also use of poor agronomic management practices. For the improvement of the yield and other desirable characteristics, the existence of the magnitude of variation with available genotypes, the relationship of the characteristics with yield and extent of environmental influence will be considered. To date, there are no reports of any improved cultivars developed in South Africa for high yield and related agronomic traits. In addition, the variation with agronomic characteristics of okra has not been determined in the country. Therefore, it is important to profile okra genotypes using agronomic traits for future breeding purposes in South Africa. So we have evaluated 50 different different okra genotypes that were planted in 2015 and 2016 cropping season at the Agricultural Research Station using a randomized complete block design, and trial management was carried out as recommended to the crop. These are the agronomic characteristics which we have recorded. Data was analyzed using agronomics computer software, and also data was standardized and subject to multivariate analysis, and the correlation coefficients were also computed to determine the degree of trade associations. You can see the mean squares for the genotypes are highly significantly different, and also the mean squares for the season is similarly significant to the significant difference, and in genotype by season interaction is also highly significantly different for most of the traits, which indicates that there is a wide variation among the genotypes, and different genotypes were responding differently to different environments. This is a cluster analysis where the genotypes were clustered into different 5 groups based on the agronomic traits which have been recorded. We also tried the phenotypic distance, and the lowest phenotypic distance was recorded in these two accessions, that is 0.22, and the genetic distance was observed between the two genotypes, that is 80%. When we look at the trait genotype association by plot, the genotypes were scattered in 4 quadrants. This shows that the genotypes are widely diversified. And if you see the traits, the angle between the two vectors is very close, meaning that the traits are highly positively correlated or associated each other. So the genotypes which are found on this area are associated for these traits, and the genotypes which are found around on the left corner associated with those traits, and etc. There are two genotypes which are far from the origin, indicating that those genotypes are peculiar genotypes. As the genotypes concentrated around the origin are stable genotypes for these traits. This is just to show you the trait association, which is similar to the first graph. Most of the traits are highly significantly correlated to each other. So in this study, the existence of pathogenic variability would help the breeder in selection of original types for the improvement for the traits, which would help to increase the frequency of favorable genes in the pre-breeding program. This is the first pre-breeding program of Okra in South Africa, established recently as a prerequisite for the development of new cultivars in the country. The significant positive trait association between growing and yield attributing traits will be used as selection criteria for simultaneous direct and indirect improvement of the traits of interest. The acknowledgement, I would like to acknowledge Agriculture Research Council for funding, as well as National Research Foundation and the research team in managing the experimental trials as a field condition and recording also data. Thank you for your attention. Any questions?
Thank you, Dr. Abe. You have presented a nice talk and told about the variability or diversity available with you in the germplasm, which can be a base for the improvement of okra under your situation. So any question from the audience for Dr. Abe?
Hello, I can't hear you.
Yeah, Dr. Tiku. Okay.
I can't hear you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So,
your voice are very far. Any question?
Thank you very much. Thank you for joining. Okay. We are grateful to
you. Okay, thank you. Thank you.
So, next talk would be on male sterility of okra and its utilization. And I'll request my co-chair Binu Gopal to introduce the speaker.
Yeah, Srishal here. Good afternoon, everyone. And I think we have been discussing about the opportunities and challenges in okra. And one of the biggest challenge, if you ask a breeder, it is even in fact the seed producer, it's a production system because it's emasculation based. And if we have a nice system like CGMS that we have in Chile, and it's going to be a great for a crop, and it's going to be great for a business and farming community. And our next topic is on utilization of and its use in hybrid seed production of okra. The presenter is Dr. M. Pichimutai, who is a well-known horticulture breeder from ICAR. He has obtained his PhD from IARI New Delhi as an accomplished vegetable breeder serving Indian Institute of Horticulture Research, Bangalore for 30 years.